Dear friends, welcome to the conference Global Crisis, Italy, the future depends on us. We Italians have organized this conference here in Italy because we feel it is necessary to address the citizens of our country and to deliver the most important information to each and every one of you. We understand the serious crisis that our beloved Italy is facing right now, and we realize that you are facing it in your lives and hear about it every day in the news.
But the news doesn't tell us the most important thing. They don't tell us what's really happening to the climate, both in our country and across our planet. However, the climate crisis is by far the most important crisis for all of us. Why? Because when climate disasters come to our homes, we are no longer worried about problems at work and the high cost of utilities. We are trying to save our lives and the lives of our loved ones. Meanwhile, cataclysms are hitting us, Italians, more and more often. We are unprepared for them. We become completely vulnerable as the climate floods our cities more and more frequently. Wildfires burn our forests and volcanoes become active yet more suddenly.
We cannot do anything against climate disasters because we don't see the whole picture and don't understand the true causes. That is why we would like to start today's conference by analyzing the climate situation on our planet and in Italy in particular. Now it is the most important topic for each of us. I'm sure you will soon understand why.
We Italians have already witnessed an unprecedented increase in climate disasters in our country. Many of our citizens are forced to leave their homes or are left with nothing as a result of natural cataclysms. But this is just the beginning. What is the reason for such dramatic changes on the planet? What is ahead of us, and what is the solution? Today, many respected scientists and speakers will talk about this at the conference. Right now, the conference Global Crisis, Italy, the future depends on us, is being broadcast in many countries of the world with simultaneous interpreting into 39 languages. Because what we are going to talk about today here in Italy concerns the whole world.
Climate cataclysms are on the rise and will become catastrophic in the near future. We would like to make it clear at the very beginning that global warming caused by anthropogenic CO2 emissions cannot be the only or main cause of the current natural disasters. The reason is different. Today, at this conference, you will learn about years of interdisciplinary work by leading scientists all around the world. This will give you a comprehensive understanding of what is happening to the planet. We'll also talk about how we can solve the climate problem once and for all.
So, let's begin. To better understand what is happening to the climate, let's see what disasters Italians have already faced in recent times.
According to the European Severe Storm Laboratory, in just 8 months of 2023, Italy has seen 2,648 dangerous climate events. That's an average of 11 extreme events per day. Our country is devastated by the most powerful climate disasters, the number and destructive power of which are growing rapidly. Look at the graph. It shows a progression of natural disasters in Italy from 2010 to August of 2023. If in 2018, there were about 1,000 of them, then in 2022, there were over 3,000, and this year, there are already 2,648 climate disasters. However, 2023 is not over yet. Even a school child can calculate the progression of catastrophes and make a forecast for the coming years. Here's this progression. The number of natural disasters in 2028 will reach such a point where it won't even fit in this graph. Do you think it will be possible to live on the territory of Italy with such a quantity of catastrophes? After all, it will be just 5 to 6 years from now. Hasn't anyone told you about this yet? But it's happening right before your eyes. With natural disasters still being labeled as a bad weather. Do you think anyone is dealing with this issue seriously? At the same time, climate catastrophes are escalating, which cannot be related to anthropogenic factor and also cannot be explained by the increase in CO2. So why don't we Italians, along with the rest of the world, realize the obvious and accept reality? Floods. Italy, due to its geographical location, has historically faced the risk of floods, landslides, and coastal erosion. However, dramatic climate change has recently expanded the risk zone enormously. In 2022, nearly 94% of all municipalities in the country were already at risk. In 2023, nearly 40,000 people were affected and evacuated due to landslides and floods in just 6 months. It is twice the cumulative total of the last 5 years. Furthermore, the number of unprecedented large-scale floods in our country is skyrocketing. You can see it in the graph. The number of these disasters has increased from less than 20 per year to 105. That is more than 5 times. The reason for this dramatic increase in floods and landslides is due to record-breaking downpours. They are called water bombs because extreme amounts of rainfall in a matter of minutes. The flooding in the Marche region in September 2022 was a catastrophic event. At that time, the province of Ancona was hit by a half year's worth of rainfall in less than 3 hours, causing an unprecedented flood. Residents compared it to a tsunami. In just 10 minutes, water rose by almost 1 meter. Unfortunately, not everyone managed to survive. The scale of destruction was enormous. The damages amounted to approximately 2 billion euros. In May 2023, another tragedy struck Emilia-Romagna. The region was hit by 2 waves of massive floods. At the beginning of the month, 300 millimeters of rain fell there, and 2 weeks later, the region suffered half a year's worth of rain in just 36 hours. According to experts' estimates, rains of such intensity can occur once in 100 to 150 years, and typically during the rainy season in either fall or winter, but not twice in a spring month, as it happened in Emilia-Romagna. Tell me, those of you who are over 40 years old, do you remember such heavy downpours and floods before 2010? How often did they occur? What is the cause of these events? Look at this graph on the increase in ocean temperatures. In 2023, an all-time record was broken. The ocean has never warmed us so much and at such a catastrophic rate. The warmer the ocean gets, the more moisture it evaporates. This means more precipitation and more floods. Remember the progression of increasing climate disasters. Compare this to the warming of the ocean. Are we still going to reassure ourselves that it's just a bad weather and nothing serious is happening? At the same time, we're facing another problem. Precipitation is no longer evenly distributed across the territory. In some regions, it falls locally and in a short period of time, while in others, it doesn't fall at all. This indicates chaotic and imbalanced atmospheric processes. That's why the citizens of Italy are facing such a paradox. Along with an increase in precipitation and floods, droughts are also on the rise, and this imbalance is observed not only in our country, but also all over the world. Drought. Look at the graph. The number of droughts in Italy and the damage caused by them are also increasing rapidly. Since 2021 onwards, this trend has skyrocketed. In the winter of 2021 to 2022, the situation was critical due to the lack of snow. According to the CIMA Research Foundation, the Alps received 53% less snow than usual. This year, the trend has continued. 2023 began for Italy with a severe winter drought, and the snow shortage has increased to 67%. Many Italians know how catastrophically fast the Alpine glaciers are melting. They're the source of surface and groundwater recharge in northern Italy. This has led to severe shallowing of rivers and reservoirs in the region. Over the past few years now, drought has been turning the Po River, the largest river in Italy, into a scarce water stream. In the spring of 2023, the water level in the river in some areas was 73% below the historical average. The filling percentage of Italy's major lakes ranged from 19% to 40%. while in Lake Garda, the water level dropped so much that people could walk where they had previously traveled by boat. As a result, in 2022, Italy faced the most serious hydropower crisis in the country's history. The graph shows that the production of this type of energy fell by a third, and in 2023, the trend continues. This is a serious blow to the country's energy sector, as hydroelectric power plants account for more than 15% of Italy's total electricity production. The Coldiretti Agriculture Organization is sounding the alarm. In 2023, the situation in agriculture is worse than last year, when the drought caused at least 6 billion euros in crop losses. This is driving up prices in the face of an inflation rate already at its 40-year high. And what will happen next, given the intensifying disasters? Currently, the water shortage for agriculture has reached 40%. 1 in 10 farms has stopped its work. At risk are the flagships of Italian cuisine: durum wheat, rice, tomatoes, and olive oil. But the fact that we may lose our favorite national dishes is not the worst part. Now, the water crisis has also affected drinking water. According to Francesca Vincenzi, president of AMBI, tap water is becoming a scarce service for 3.5 million Italians. Tell me, are you ready to accept not having tap water tomorrow? Extreme temperatures. Temperatures in Italy have been rising steadily in recent years. In this graph, we can see how rapidly summer temperatures are increasing compared to the norm. The record heat wave of the summer 2022 killed more than 61,000 people in Europe. Almost a third of them, 18,000 people, died in Italy. Experts estimate that 2022 was the hottest and driest year since weather observation began in the country. And in 2023, new records followed. July 18th was the hottest day on record in Rome, with staggering 42.9 degrees Celsius. On July 24th, a heat record of 47 degrees Celsius was also set in Palermo. And in the island of Sardinia, 48.2 degrees Celsius was recorded. This is a new heat record in July, not only for Italy, but also for the entire Europe. It's not just a heat wave. Experts are extremely concerned about a dangerous trend. Several records have been broken in a very short period of time, and the difference between their values has reached 3 degrees Celsius, whereas previously it was just tenths of a degree. Ask the older generation. Do they remember the temperature of 47 to 48 degrees Celsius in Italy? Do they remember experiencing such a heat wave? Wildfires. The increasing heat and drought are causing severe wildfires. 2021 became a black year for Italy, as wildfires destroyed almost 160,000 hectares of land, which is larger than the province of Milan. At that, in 2022, wildfires in Europe reached an all-time high as recorded by satellite measurements. Let's take a look at the graph. The blue line represents the annual average of burned areas, while the red line is the area destroyed by wildfires in 2022. We are witnessing a threefold increase, and it is escalating. In the past few years, wildfires have begun to spread at lightning speed. According to ISPRA, Italian Institute for Environmental Protection and Research, wildfires in Italy destroyed an area comparable to the size of the city of Ravenna in just 8 months. But almost half of this area burned in just 3 days. The fire spread so rapidly that an area equivalent to 10 San Siro stadiums burned down in just a minute. Storms and tornadoes. According to ESWD, the number of storms and tornadoes in Italy is growing unprecedentedly. Every 5 years, starting from 2009, their number doubles. And in 2023, in just 8 months, there were as many storms and tornadoes as there used to be in the previous 5 years combined. This is happening due to the heating of the seas surrounding the Apennine Peninsula. In July 2023, the surface temperature of the Mediterranean Sea exceeded the norm by 5.5 degrees Celsius. This has increased the frequency of Mediterranean tropical cyclones. Last winter, 3 such events formed off the coast of Italy, which is a record since the beginning of observations. The number of hailstorms is also increasing, and the falling hail can hardly be called precipitation. These are icy cobblestones falling from the sky. In July 2023, the European record for the largest hailstones was broken twice in Italy within 5 days. First, it was 16 centimeters, and then 19 centimeters. Do you remember hail like this falling before? It is not just the size of hail that has grown. In the last decade, it has fallen more frequently with over a 30% increase. And on July 22, 2023, 46 hailstorms hit Lombardy and Emilia-Romagna in just one day, destroying hundreds of hectares of crops. Are you sure you heard that? In just one day, 46 hailstorms. In 2022, Italy experienced an unprecedented surge in the number and severity of natural disasters, and they continue to increase at record speed, causing enormous damage. Over the last 40 years, Italy has suffered losses from floods, landslides, and heat waves totaling 82 billion euros. However, in the last 2 years alone, 2021 and 2022, the damage totaled 24.5 billion euros. In 2023, flood damages in Emilia-Romagna in just 1 month exceeded 9 billion euros. Our country is setting records, but they're nowhere near the records we can be proud of. On the contrary, it is a series of climate disasters that are destroying our future at a record pace. In the blink of an eye, Italians are losing not only their possessions and homes, but also what is most precious, their lives. Look at the graphs. No one will tell us about it in the news. If we remain silent, what future awaits Italy and us, Italians? If we continue to ignore and turn a blind eye, nothing will go back to normal tomorrow. We're the only ones who can defend our lives. Whether we like it or not, the responsibility lies with us.
I'm speechless. Even though this video only showed a part of the climate disasters that have occurred in recent years, we know there have been many more. But this video gives us a complete picture of cataclysm growth dynamics, both worldwide and here in Italy. Look, the year isn't over yet, and there have already been thousands of cataclysms in Italy.
Yes, I too was shocked by the enormity of what is happening. We see that not a day goes by without reports of natural disasters. It's painful to realize that we are defenseless and powerless in the face of these natural phenomena. On any given night, one can be awakened by screams and horrible noises and see one's home destroyed by natural force. Your life and the lives of your loved ones are at risk.
This is what happened recently in Emilia-Romagna during a devastating flood. This is an example of our cruel climatic reality. We managed to speak with the residents of Faenza who lived through this nightmare. Let's watch together what the eyewitnesses have to say.
Just a moment passed, all bridges were flooded, and suddenly a wall of water appeared.
And in a matter of seconds, everything was taken from us.
In apartments, there was only 30 centimeters of air left. They would have died there. I mean, these apocalyptic scenes can only be understood by those who were here, who experienced this.
We are in Emilia-Romagna, the region that suffered the most from the floods which occurred on the 16th and 17th of May. In this region, 23 rivers overflooded, 280 landslides occurred, and 400 roads were destroyed. 41 municipal areas were affected. Bologna, Farliciana, and Ravenna suffered the most. Today, we are in Faenza.
This is a city, a street where people lived peacefully. And in a matter of seconds, everything was taken from us. Our work, our efforts. Guys, absolutely everything went underwater.
Suddenly, around 3 o'clock, a torrent of water came down from above, and then there was nothing. Nothing. Just a moment passed, all bridges were flooded, and suddenly a wall of water appeared. In less than an hour and a half, the water level rose from a low level exponentially. They began to close bridges and evacuate people, and I could no longer go back to the shop to save at least something.
The wave came and it seemed like a waterfall, like the sound of a waterfall. And in a while, I don't know, we saw the water going up, and we went up one floor, and after that, I was watching all night. They turned off the light. My elderly parents were with me, and I prepared them, dressed them, in case we had to go up, and after that, the next evening, we were evacuated in a rubber boat.
I saw people being rescued by helicopters and rubber boats. People were by the windows when the water entered the house.
Yes, I lost my business, a hair salon right on the street. There was 3 meters of water inside, so the entire building is gone.
I live on the ground floor, and the water reached the level of 2 meters or so. Those who were downstairs, who didn't manage to evacuate. For instance, my neighbor managed to escape through the window. The water was up to his neck. He survived, thank God. This happened to many families who completely lost their homes. So, there truly was divine providence here. I think that at least one floor of the house remained, and we managed to save our lives and the lives of our loved ones. Unfortunately, there were casualties as well. I hope that step by step, little by little, we will be able to receive some aid. I'm asking because there are those who unfortunately don't have money to buy a new home, to live in normal conditions, as they have truly lost everything.
We didn't expect anything like this, and a week before, there was no alarm, nothing. This time, the alarm signal was given, but we all thought they were exaggerating it because it wasn't given a week before, and we said, Mamma mia, they're making a big deal out of it. But in fact, it's not that we didn't understand, it's just that they didn't provide proper information about the real danger we were facing. We were sure that at most we would be flooded again by half a meter in the garage. I mean, we were sure of this. We weren't prepared for such an event. It's something unimaginable, surreal, out of this world. People were on roofs, calling for help. In apartments, there was only 30 centimeters of air left. They would have died there. Elderly women with children were being rescued from attics. I mean, these apocalyptic scenes can only be understood by those who were here, who experienced this. Excuse me. It's terrible. There is a river here, so I cannot know what will happen, but such a thing has never occurred in our area before. Actually, they're supposed to have evacuation plans, safety plans in case of such major disasters. However, there are definitely no such rescue plans in Italy.
The situation here is truly very difficult. There are those who have really lost everything. And our strength lies in these guys who are here and who are helping to clear tons and tons of mud.
From the bottom of my heart, I sincerely want to thank all the who are everywhere here, because they are truly doing a crucial job. I'm just at a loss for words.
It's nice to see this. If I had any doubts about people's humaneness, if there's anyone who's talking about it, just come here and look at the affected areas.
Thank you to all the volunteers who came here and to all people who surround us. We need everyone, but above all, we need your warmth, your support. Because in this material life, nothing matters but people around us. They mean a lot. We lack the words to express our gratitude.
Emotional state. In such times, you only see the negative, the damage, people's despair. But at the same time, I see so much strength in our people of Faenza and Emilia-Romagna as a whole. And amidst all this negativity, there's one positive aspect: the people whom I want to thank from the bottom of my heart. These are the volunteers. Although many believe or say that young people don't want to do anything nowadays, a lot of young people have actually shown the opposite in places like Faenza and other cities.
What would you like to say to people who have never been in such situations and perhaps watch this and think, but this won't happen to me, right?
We also thought that way. But unfortunately, it can happen. In this area, we can't remember events like this happening for so many years. Because you always imagine that you are on a happy island, and as you said, it will never happen to you. But eventually, it does happen. The only thing I can advise is to always stick together. That's the most important. Because on your own, you won't do much.
We see similar situations now in the rest of the world. They're becoming the norm, unfortunately. In places where this happens, it leads to destruction. The problem is that now, as in this case, it's no longer localized. My father is still alive, and he tells me that even the Second World War didn't cause such a massive destruction, because the front was along the Sinjo River, and only some areas were subjected to bombing. It's like carpet bombing. I mean, on the very first day, I looked at the houses on Lapi Street, which is behind us. It seemed like they dropped a napalm bomb. It was shocking. I want to say that videos absolutely don't give a real sense of what's happening. It's truly similar to an apocalypse.
I'm in shock. Even though there was a warning about the impending disaster, people didn't expect the flood to be so severe and rapid. It seemed to them the water would rise gradually. They really couldn't imagine that a massive wall of water would suddenly appear and instantly sweep away everything in its path. We express our deepest condolences to all those affected by this terrible disaster.
I join you in offering condolences. It's a loss for all of us. Unfortunately, it's clear that we are not prepared for the new climate reality. The destructive power of climate disasters is rapidly increasing. An eyewitness said the devastation after the floods was worse than that after bombings. We expect that in case of an emergency, rescue will arrive, but with disasters of this magnitude, no country is capable of organizing the necessary aid. And all this because we still don't realize the seriousness of what's happening.
Yes, and we need to quickly grasp the extent of the climate crisis we are experiencing and that will progress. We must realize the danger of the situation. After all, what is the main problem, or more precisely, who is the problem? The core issue is us, human beings. Moreover, People say that if emergency services don't warn us about disasters, it's their fault. And if they do, they are still to blame because they are too intrusive or because they raise unwarranted alarms. We should be grateful to those who alert us, as it's extremely difficult to calculate or predict a climate catastrophe. We don't know exactly what and where the next disasters will happen. Today, no one knows anything about climate disasters, what will happen, where it will happen, and how it will happen. It's time to grow up. If we don't value our own lives, how can we value the lives of others?
Do you know what I realized while watching the eyewitness video of the flood in Faenza? For those who haven't faced the harsh weather yet, cataclysms may seem like just a show, numbers and facts. But behind all of these, there are the fates and lives of people.
But do we really need a major tragedy to understand that humanity must come first? How many more disasters have to occur before all people realize?
Kodi ndi masoka ena ngangati amene afunika kuchitika anthu onse asanazindikire kuti pali chimene chili chofunika kwambiri kuposa moyo wa munthu. Aliyense wa moyo amaona ngati aliyense amaona kuti moyo wake ndi wa anthu ena wamtengo wapatali. Ndiye kuti tizitsatira machenjezo a masoka amene akubwera. Tiyeni tsopano timve zomwe asayansi akutilonjeza.
But also shows their subsequent development, the exact sequence of events that will unfold. Many things scientists had already warned us about have already occurred. Increased earthquakes, intensified volcanic activity, ocean warming, and much more. And now, we have the honor to introduce our distinguished speaker,
Ndipo pano tsopano ndi mwayi
PhD,
wodziwika okamba otchuka.
MBA,
John Ann, PhD John Ann ali ndi MBA yochokera ku State,
Energy,
PhD in Chemical Engineering kuchokera ku Technical University of Munich, ndi MS kuchokera ku University ya California,
Chemical
Berkeley.
Engineering from Technical University of Munich, and an MS from the University of California, Berkeley. Anastasia Pashagreva, research
Anastasia Pashagreva wa science ofunika ku Junior, PhD mu Chemistry. Anastasia
collaborates with
amagwirizana ndi asayansi ankati mwansanga odziyimira pa yokha ya pa dziko lonse scientific
she has
community yomwe ili ndi gawo la project ya Gate Society. Wachita choyankhulana ndi akatswiri ambiri a magawo osiyanasiyana. Anastasia amagwirizanitsa kafukufukuyu mu kusintha kwa ntchito ndi mankhwala mulengalenga, ndipo ali mgulu la akatswiri omwe amasonkhanitsa data ndi kuphunzira kukula kwa zivomerezi pa dziko lapansi.
Organizers and participants of the conference, I would like to express my gratitude for invitation to speak today. It is a great honor for me to present the results of the work of the Creative Society project, which includes scientists, experts, and researchers from different countries. Our goal is to provide accurate information about the processes happening on our planet. We will share conclusions of the climate report, which were presented at the international forums: Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, and Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. These reports are translated into 150 languages. We will also present the key findings of the global forecast of climate catastrophes for Italy and the world. These research findings will help you to understand why the current catastrophes are occurring. And the most importantly, today, we will answer the question: what is the primary danger that Italy is about to face in the near future? In addition, today we will introduce a solution that Creative Society can offer in the face of climate collapse. As we were preparing for this conference,
pamene tikukonzekera msonkhanowu tinachita chidwi ndi kuchuluka kwa masoka omwe anakhudza Italy mukanthawi kochepa ndi tsoka lenileni. anthu okhala ku Italy ayenera kuti anazolowera masoka chifukwa cha malo a dziko komanso kuti pambuyo pa mkuntho woopsa uliwonse zomwe zinabwerera kunonkaya ndipo moyo unabwerezedwa komabe tsopano tikukumana ndi zenizeni zosiyana zoopsazi zikuchitika mochulukirachulukira ndipo palibenso kusweka pakati pa koma kuphulika kwa masoka akuchitika mdera lomwelo mafunde akutentha chilala cha nthawi yayitali mvula yachilendo mphepo yamkuntho yamphamvu moto osalamulirika izi ndi zinthu zooneka bwino zakuopsa kwa nyengo pamene zomwe zikuchitika mkati mwa dziko la nthawi zambiri zimakhala zosaoneka monga gawo lobisika la aunduna masoka osewa samachitika mwachisawawa iwo ndi chitsanzo lero maphunziro omwe akuchitika za pa dziko lapansi asindika kuzinda kwa nyengo pa dziko lonse lapansi komwe timaona pa mtundu wake malingana ndi chitsanzo cha masamu chomwe chinaperekedwa mvuto wa pa dziko lonse lapansi kupulumuka kwathu kuli mu umodzi.
Many scientists have attempted to link climate change to human activities, but the rate at which disasters are growing outpaces all predictions made by these scientists. What we are experiencing today, what the residents of Italy and other countries are enduring, according to these scientists' forecasts, was not supposed to happen for another 50 to 100 years. Furthermore,
kuphatikizapo nzaka makumi angapo zapitazi pakhala kusintha kwa dzidzidzi kwa magawo a geographical and magnetic field pamodzi ndi kuonjezeka kosaneneka kwa chiwerengero ndi mphamvu za zivomerezi ndi kuphulika kwa mapiri ndi zosamveka kuyesa kufotokoza masakowa malingana ndi anthropogenic factors. Yang'anani pa magrafu awa mukhoza kuona kuonjezekera kwa zivomerezi ku Italy. Akaswiri amaona kuti
this is a very important year, and we will talk about it more than once today. Since 1995, the number of earthquakes on the ocean floor has also begun to increase, especially along lithospheric place boundaries marked in red on the map. Since 1995, there has been a sharp increase in the earthquakes occurring at a depth greater than 300 kilometers in the Earth's mantle. These are called deep focus earthquakes. In essence, we observe that the sharp increase in the earthquakes is
mfundo zimenezi kusonyeza kusintha kwa dziko lapansi
lower and near the Earth's surface. There has been a significant increase in volcanic activity. Just in the first 6 months of 2023,
mafuna mphamvu zazikulu ndipo kumafunika kusindikizanso kuti kusinthako sikufotokozedwa ndi kuchuluka kwa mpweya wa CO2. Tsopano kukumana ndi vuto lalikulu kwambiri limayambitsa kwa chilendo m'magawo onse a dziko lapansi.
these changes cannot be explained by increasing CO2 emissions. We're now dealing with a much more serious factor that causes abnormal changes in all layers of the Earth.
Thanks to the collaboration of scientists from different fields, we have managed to identify the cause of anomalous changes at the increasing frequency of catastrophe. We now understand that these changes occur cyclically every 12,000 years. Every 12,000 years.
Zaka 12,000 zilizonse mdziko lonse lapansi likumana ndi masoka a nyengo, kuphulika kwa mapiri, zivomerezi zowononga, tsunami zazikulu, mphepo zamkuntho ndi mkuntho, kusefukira kwa kupha ndi moto waukulu. Asayansi akhazikitsa zaka 12,000 izi posayankhula zomwe zachokera kusintha kwambiri monga madzi owundama, matope a pansi pa nyanja, kuphulusa la kuphulika ndi kuphulika kwa moto.
Has revealed that 12,000 years ago, our planet also faced catastrophic changes. similar to what we're already observing today. What happens every 12,000 years on our planet? Let us watch the next video.
Tuone video yotsatirayi.
Changes similar to what we now see occurred before the peak of the crushing disaster just about 12,000 years ago. Those events are called the Alarid oscillation and the Younger Dryas glaciation that followed. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures rose as much as 15 degrees Celsius within just a few years. Most of the ice sheet suddenly melted, and the Earth emerged from a full ice age. At that time, there were extreme floods and other natural disasters, along with an intense sea level rise. The Gulf Stream stopped at that time, just as it is happening nowadays. Scientists from the University of Kansas have proven that about 12,800 years ago, there was a giant fire on Earth that covered a tenth of the entire planet's surface. Other researchers have also found that large fires raged in Siberia 12,000 years ago. Similarly, nowadays there are more and more large-scale fires that cannot be extinguished. Based on an analysis of satellite images, scientists have discovered that 10 to 13,000 years ago, the largest known dunes formed in the Sahara Desert and other regions, indicating the enormous strength of winds during the Younger Dryas. A short-term intensification of winds during that period has also been documented from Greenland ice cores data and research in Alaska. Nowadays, the same phenomena are happening on Earth as during the Younger Dryas. We see winds, hurricanes, typhoons, and tornadoes intensifying and destroying entire cities, razing them to the ground. Right at the cycle change 12,000 years ago, there was a very intensive seismic activity. This is indicated by radiocarbon data, as well as paleographic reconstructions of the Younger Dryas. During the same time period, more than 12,000 years ago, as well as now, there was a drastic weakening of the magnetic field and a pole shift, which was called the Gothenburg explosion. The reason for all these abrupt changes was an abnormal magmatic activity caused by changes in the core. This was expressed in large-scale volcanic eruptions that scientists recorded in the Younger Dryas by dust and traces of acid rains in glacial cores. Analysis of sediments found in Hall's Cave points to volcanic eruptions that caused a volcanic winter about 13,000 years ago and glaciation across the globe. After the sudden warming in the Younger Dryas, an equally abrupt cooling occurred. This event caused a mass extinction of megafauna. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found in the ice on the northern slopes of Siberia. There happened a drastic decline in the human population, including extinction of the Cro-Magnon. All of those catastrophic
Zinthu zoopsa zonsezi zinachitika mzaka zochepa zabe.
catastrophic events occurred on the planet
Zoopsa zonsezi zinachitika pa dziko
but
lapansi
also earlier,
osati zaka
taking
12
into account errors
zapitazo,
in data.
komanso
Cycles very
ambuyomu
well traced in the
kuganizira zolakwa za
catastrophes
pachibwezi
among scientists
kuzungulirika
independent
machitiridwa
in their
bwino
books
kwambiri
and
mu
works.
data ya geographical. Matsoka pakati pa asayansi analemba za izi, popanda izi ziwina ndi zake, mabuku ndi ntchito zawo.
And many other scientists have come to understand the cyclicity of global cataclysms on Earth with a period of approximately 12,000 years. In geology,
Mu
paleontology,
geology,
and
biology,
there is
ndi
numerous evidence
kufunika
of past
mabunja
disasters
pali
of this
umboni
cycle.
kutuka wa masoka
Each of these
ambuyo
catastrophic events is
kuzungulira.
characterized not only by
Chilichonse
abrupt changes in
mwa
climate
zochitika
but
zopsazi
also by complete
zinangoziwika ndi
magnetic
kusintha
restructure,
mwa dzidzidzi
weakening
kwa
and
nyengo
excursion
komanso
of the magnetic field,
kukonzanso kwa nthunthu kwa geodynamic, kufoka ndi kuyenda kwa kukonzanso kwa tectonic
in the world's ocean
konse
by 20
kwa malengalenga ndi
followed by
madigiri
large-scale
10
glaciations. Since every cycle is a
popeza kuti zozungulira kulikonse kuna kugawa ndi kusintha kwa mphamvu ya maginiti ndi kufulika kwa mbuyo kwa mapiri zinasonyeza bwino kuti kuzungulirako kumayenderana.
Every 12,000 years, there are catastrophic events.
zaka 12,000 zilizonse pamakhala zochitika zopsa mphamvu ya maginito amafoka pamakhala kusintha kwakukulu kwa nyengo kutentha kwa pakati pa dziko lapansi kumasintha ndi 10.
All this happens because of changes in the Earth's core. So,
chotero
what triggers such catastrophic
nchiyani chimene chimatsokoneza machitidwe aopsa
The
kutero
research of international
malingana ndi kafukufuku wa gulu
scientists, the cause of climatic
la pa
and
dziko
geodynamic
lonse
changes on
United
Earth
Society
is the
asayansi
external
chifukwa cha
cosmic
kusintha kwa nyengo
transfers
ndi
additional
geodynamic
energy to the
pa
Earth's
dziko lapansi
These
ndi
waves
zakunja
directly affect the Earth's
zakuthambo
and
zomwe
continuously pumps it with excess
zimamusatira
energy. This
mphamvu
in turn
zonjezera
causes the core to become
pakati pa
unstable,
pakati pa dziko.
amplifies the number and
mphamvu
intensity of
imeneyi
disasters. You can
imakhudza
compare this to the constant, intense strain on a human heart. When the heart cannot cope with the
mungoyerekeza
it starts working less efficiently. The heart rhythm is disrupted, blood pressure rises, and the whole body faces major problems. The heart of our planet is
mungoyerekeza zimenezi ndi kupanikiza mtima kulemeza ndi kulephera
is becoming
odera akulu
we are already
mtima wa pa dziko lapansi
signs of these changes
ndiye
in
mdziko
the
la
Earth's core.
The initial changes began precisely in 1995,
kusintha
when a sharp increase in the number of earthquakes
pamene pamene zachikulu kwambiri
synchronizes
choyambirira
the
chinagwirizanitsa
processes
ndi kukhazikitsa njira zonse
changes
za
in
pa
the
dziko
core lead
lapansi
to abrupt changes
kusintha
in
kwa
key parameters
pakatikati
of our life.
kunabweretsa kusintha kwa dzidzidzi
Generates
kwa zigawo zikulu
but due to
zikulu za pa
continuous
dziko
influx of excess energy,
lapansi
the
monga makina adani pachimake
disrupts the balance of the magnetic dynamic,
chimapanga
resulting
magnetic
in the weakening
field
of the Earth's magnetic field.
koma
Since 1995,
chifukwa cha
it is weakened by
kuchuluka
50%
kwa
from the norm, while the magnetic North Pole has started to move faster, increasing its speed by 3.5 times. These are clear indications of changes in the core. In 1995, the rotation axis of the Earth
mchaka cha 1995
changed its trajectory,
kupokesedwa kwa ndi 15% kuchokera pa
illustrated in the graph on the right.
pamene maginito kumpoto kwa maginito anayamba kuyenda
Before 1995,
kufulumira
and the orange
ndi
represents the
kuonjezera liwiro lake
shows
ndi
the shift
3.5
of the planet's
nthawi
axis of rotation.
izi ndi zizindikiro
This
zomveka bwino
indicates
za
a major
kusintha kwa pakati
imbalance of the entire system. The influx of excess
izi
energy into
zikuonjezera
the Earth's core
graph
has caused an acceleration of the planet's rotation. Since 1995, our planet has begun to rotate faster, and this is not gradual, but abrupt. So we can see that in 1995, the following significant changes began to occur. Changes in the Earth's magnetic field, acceleration of the planet's rotation, shift in the trajectory of its rotation axis, and an increase in the number of earthquakes around the world and in Italy in particular. All these signs indicate a global change in the state of our planet's core.
apa ndi pamene masoko anayamba kusanzira kwa dongosolo kudapangisidwa kuti chigawocho chisamukire kumpoto kulowera ku Serbia zomwe zinachitika
That's when cataclysms
mu
began.
1998
Imbalance in the system led to the core shifting northward in the direction of Siberia, which happened in 1998. All of this is a result of
zonsezi
external
ndikutsatira
causes
za zimphamvu
affecting the Earth's
zakunja ya cosmic
similar to
yomwe
the changes of
ikukhudza
other planets. We also
maziko
started to
a
see changes in
dziko
the
lapansi
and
koma
geodynamic
kufanana ndi
trajectory.
kusintha kumeneku pa dziko lapansi mapulani ena dongosolo la dzuwa adayambanso kusonyeza kusintha kwa ma cause awo ndi kukonzanso kwa geodynamic
In addition, we're seeing changes already
Zinapeza.
in gravitational dynamics, electromagnetic
kuphatikizapo kuona kusintha komwe kumakhudzana ndi kusinthasintha kwa magetsi
process.
komanso kuwongolera kutentha zonsezi zikusonyeza kuti iyi ndi ndondomeko ya mapulaneti onse izi zinaphatikiza kuganiza kuti kuzungulira kumeneku ndi kumayendetsedwa ndi chikoka cha chilengedwe chakunja.
Unfortunately, we're currently in the 24,000 year cycle, which is more catastrophic. Therefore, we're we're facing the worst case scenario in which the death of all humankind and our planet is a real possibility. According to existing calculations,
malingana ndi machiwerengo chomwe alipo
in 24,
zalo mokwana mu 2024 koma kwenikweni titha kuona kale kuti dziko lapansi likuyamba kugwa malingana ndi zofuniridwa m'mabwinja, kuwonjezeka kwa mphamvu ndi kuchuluka kwa masoko achilengedwe kumachitika mofulumira
in other words,
kwambiri.
natural disasters that we're experiencing right now are consequences of this cycle.
Our planet is now entering an active phase of catastrophes. And
dziko lathu tsopano likulowa mchigawo la masoka achilengedwe, ndipo dziko la Italy liyang'aniza nyengo yoyipa kwambiri kuposa maiko ena aku Ulaya. Posachedwapa kumvetsetsa chifukwa chake. Kunja kwa cosmic kukudza pachimake cha dziko lapansi kumabweretsa kuzindikira kwa mphamvu zambiri ndi kusokoneza pachimake. Dera lozungulira pakati pa dziko lapansi limayamba kutentha, zomwe zimapangitsa kuti kutentha kwa dzidzidzi kutenthedwe, komanso kutentha magma. Izi zimakakamiza magma ozungunuka kuchoka pakati kupita pamwamba. Italy ndi malo omwe ali ndi mapiri ambiri, kuphatikizapo mapiri ophulika. Izi zikutanthauza kuti nkhokwe zazikulu za magma zili pafupi.
Faced record temperatures in the Mediterranean Sea in July 2023. The hot magma is so active.
Mpweya otentha wa magma umagwira ntchito kwambiri moti umazungunuka ndi kuwononga kutumphuka kwa dziko lapansi kuchokera pansi ndi kuyandikira malo osungira madzi pansi pa nthaka
leading to more intense precipitation and widespread flash floodings. Recent events such as flooding in
zomwe zachitika posachedwa pamonga kusefukira kwa madzi kusefukira kwa madzi zikuonetsa kuti Italy yakhala ikukumana ndi nkhaniyi kwa zaka ziwiri zosatirana kudera lomweli, zomwe zikuonetsa kuopsa kwa VUTO. Kutentha kwa madzi kuchokera pansi kutanthauza kuti pakhale madera otentha.
Scientists predict that a high number of storms in the Mediterranean Sea in the near future, and this process will intensify. The rising magma also causes the changes in wind patterns and wind strength, leading to more intense and sudden wind gusts. Local overheating of the Earth's crust can create prolonged updrafts of heat flows, resulting in extremely large hail, reaching up to 19 centimeters in size. And this is not the limit. Imagine a hail size of a watermelon falling on your head. As the magma rises, it puts greater pressure on the Earth's crust, causing seismic activity and opening up new fault zones and cracks. This allows water to escape from the surface into the depths of Earth, causing the lakes and rivers to dry up. In the last 3 years, have you noticed how quickly water disappears from lakes and rivers? Even after a heavy rainfall, the water levels are not replenished. The water level in Lake Garda in Italy reached a critical point in 2022 and still remains low, exposing a sandy path to the small island of San Biagio. So, let's briefly summarize.
Pamene magma akubwerera m'magwirizano kuti dziko lapansi likhale lolimba kwambiri, zomwe zimapangitsa kuti zinawe zimenezimachitika kusegula malo asopano ndi magulu. Zimene zimathandiza kuti madzi atuluke mwamba ndi kupita pansi pa dziko lapansi, zomwe zimachitika kuti nyanja ndi mitsinje zimene pa zaka zitatu zapitazo. Kodi mwaona momwe madzi amathamangira mu nyanja ya mitsinje? Ngakhale mvula itagwa kwambiri, madziwo saonjeza madzi mu nyanja ya ukada kuitali. Lidafika povuta kwambiri kuti iwonezekere.
I want to draw your attention to a very important point. Our planet endured all previous cycles.
Ndikufuna ndikuonekera chidwi kwambiri pa mfundo yofunika kwambiri pa dziko lathuli lalipira masoka onse mbuyo ngakhale kuti ndikuonekera kuti kwambiri koma zungulirapo kutha kukhala pomaliza zomwe zikuchitika nyengo ya makonoyi.
As you already know,
Tsopano tiye tifotokoze chifukwa chake zikuchitika monga kudziwa kale za kwa nyengo.
In the previous cycles,
izi zimathandizira kutuluka kwa magma otentha omwe amaotcha ndi kuwononga kutumphuka kwa dziko lapansi. Mizere yapitayo dziko lathu lapansi likhoza kupirira ndi kusintha kumene
accumulated in its waters from human activities. Ocean pollutions alter its heat conductivity, making it less effective in cooling the Earth's crust and the magma beneath. In essence, the ocean is
komabe nyanjayi singathenso kusintha ntchito chifukwa cha kuipisidwa ndi ma microplastics omwe amawunjikana m'madzi mwake chifukwa cha kuwonongeka kwambiri nyanja zikusinda kwambiri zomwe zimapangisa kuti zisagwire ntchito zozizira kwa dziko lapansi ndi magma
within our planet's interior, further destabilizing the core. This in turn leads to even more destructive catastrophes. But the most dangerous aspect is that the rising magma causes an increase in earthquakes and volcanic eruptions.
Koma chinthu choopsa kwambiri chakuti okondedwa Italian tikudziwa bwino lomwe kuti musadzolowere zivomerezi komano kuphulika kwambiri, koma tsopano ndi nthawi yoti titengere chidwi chanu pa zambiri kufunika komwe tasala pang'ono kugawana. Iyi ndi nkhani yomwe ikukhudza osati koma chani komanso tsogolo lathu la dziko lapansi. Ndikufuna kusindika kuti zaka 12,000 zozungulira zimakhala ndi kuphulika koopsa kwa mapiri ndi mapiri akuluakulu. Pa grafu kukhoza kuona kuti kuphulika kotero kunachitika kukula kwa mabwalo komanso kukula kwa kuphulika ziwani zozungulira zazikulu zofira. Amasonyeza kuti zaka 24,000 zilizonse kuphulika kwa mapiri
Unfortunately, we are currently in another 12,000-year cycle, which overlaps with a more catastrophic 24,000-year cycle. Therefore, we are facing the worst-case scenario.
Tikukumana ndi zochitika zoyipa kwambiri.
In the coming years is volcanic eruptions.
Choopsa chachikulu kwambiri mzaka zikubwerazi ndi kuphulika kwa mapiri, kuphatikizapo mapiri akuluakulu. Tsopano mapiri akuluakulu tsopano talowa mu nthawi magma akukwera kuchokera mkati mwa dziko lapansi kupita mtunda. Pa dziko lapansi zochitika za magma zimaonekera makamaka ndi kusintha kwa mapiri.
On average, magma rise to the chamber of volcano takes from several months to a year. However, in 2014, the dormant volcano Borga Crown, inactive for 1,000 years, awakened and astonished volcanologists. It took only 10 days for magma to rise from a depth of 24 kilometers or 50 miles to the surface. But this is an example.
Koma ili ndi phiri lophulika lomwe lili ndi njira zokhazikitsa ndi
Nowadays,
magema.
volcanoes
Koma masiku ano mapiri anayamba kuphulika pakapita nthawi.
before the ice of
Mwachitsanzo, mu 2019 komanso pa
before the
kufufuza
volcano was born,
phiri latsopano la
near the
pansi pa
Madagascar,
madzi
had never
linabadwa
existed before.
pa mphepete
It typically
mwa
takes
chilumba cha
decades
Mayotte
and
pafupi ndi
centuries for a
Madagascar,
volcano to form.
kumene lili lisanakhaleko.
It took just a
Zimatengera
year
zaka
to form a new
kapenanso
magmatic
zaka
channel in
mazana
the
mawiri
80
kuti
kilometers
phiri
across.
lipangike, koma
On this
pano
location,
zidangotenga chaka chimodzi kupanga njira yatsopano yamphamvu mtundu wa makilomita 30 wokhuta.
and magma pressure lead to such a record-breaking ascent rates.
The rapid ascent and penetration of active deep magma
Kuchokera kufulumira kwa pansi kulowa kwa magma yozama miyala
resulting from magma
kunasagana
is known as the earthquake
kwambiri.
swarm.
Zivomezi zingapo zomwe
Increase
zimachitika
in number and intensity
chifukwa
of
cha
earthquake swarm from year to year
kuvomereza kwa
has been well
magma
studied in some regions.
zimadziwika
The
kuti
number of earthquake swarms
chivomerezi
break records
kwambiri
of
kuwonjezeka
85,000 in
kwa
half a year,
chiwerengero
as
ndi
was the
mphamvu
case
ya
with the Deception Island volcano
chivomerezi
off the coast of
chaka ndi
Australia
chaka.
in 2020.
Kuphunziridwa bwino
Magma
madera
coming
ena.
to more deep-seated magma is increasing.
Kusintha kwa magma kuchokera mu magma ozama kwambiri kufotokozedwa
Deep-seated magma is
mochuluka
hotter,
maphunziro
more
a
gas-rich
kuphulika
and
kwa
destructive to the Earth's crust.
magma ozama
Now, magma has enough energy
kwambiri
to ascend
ndi
from deep
otentha
layers and erupt
amadzimadzi
directly to the surface. For example,
kwambiri amakhala ndi
in
mpweya.
2022, the volcano Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai set the new record for the most powerful volcanic eruption ever recorded. This eruption was so powerful due to the change in magma composition. The magma became hotter and
amakhala otentha
with
komanso
gases.
yolemetsedwa ndi mpweya.
Such
Kuphatikiza kwa lava
had
kutero
not been observed in eruptions
silinaonekere mu kuphulika kwa 2009 ndi 2014 muziphuphu za mbuyo. Magma adakhala mchipinda cha pakati, koma pa nthawi magma atsopano akwera mofulumira kuchokera ku zing'ono.
In March 2021,
Mu Marichi 2021 phiri la Falagalajeje mu Iceland linayamba kuphulika. Chochititsa chidwi chakuti mankhwala a phapha chalk anasintha mfumu kwambiri kuopsa nthawi zonse. Izi zidachitika chifukwa cha kuchuluka kwa magma kosatizana komwe kumatuluka kuchokera ku magulu akuya.
What about Italy? Many have noticed more frequent eruptions of Mount Etna and Stromboli. However, for Italy too, the beginning of a new volcanic era has been announced. A recent study of an extremely powerful Stromboli eruption in 2019 suggests that the volcano's internal system may have changed, allowing magma from the depth to rise more easily, leading to strong and unpredictable explosions. Thus, the Earth is currently experiencing a period of increasing volcanic activity, marking the beginning of a new volcanic era characterized by unusual rapid changes in volcanic activity. Unfortunately, most scientists do not comprehensively address this issue and fail to see the full extent of the changes taking place. In their research, they relied on the observation of volcanic activity that were made before we entered this cycle. What is happening now, they have never witnessed. Due to the cyclical nature of these events, the increase in
Chifukwa kusintha kwa zochitikazi kuonjezeka kwa mapiri amachitika mofulumira kwambiri, ndipo zitsanzo zomwe tatambira nazo zikuonetsa kukwera kwa changu kwa zovuta zomwe zimachitika pa nthawi ya kuphulika kwa mapiri. Koma chachititsa mantha kwambiri chakuti mapiri ambiri amaphulika nthawi yomweyi, ndipo kuphulika koopsa mbuyomu kunachititsa ndi kuti anthu aonongeke kuphulika kwa mapiri.
showing signs of activity, with magma rising within them. This means we're getting closer to a critical and terrifying threshold. On the territory of Italy, one of the largest supervolcanoes, Campi Flegrei, has been showing clear signs of activation over the past half a century. ground uplift, soil heating, seismic activity, and intense gas emissions. The dangers posed by this giant will be explained in the video. Everyone has heard of the Yellowstone supervolcano, but have you ever heard of a supervolcano in Europe? Not only is there an active, non-dormant supervolcano in the heart of Europe, in Italy, but there's also a picturesque town called Pozzuoli with a population of 80,000 located right in its crater. And that's where we are right now. It makes you wonder, do the residents here know that they're literally living in the mouth of a volcano?
Hello, dear viewers. We're in Pozzuoli, on the territory of Campi Flegrei.
Yes, sure, I know that.
Kodi mukudziwa kuti kampi Flegrei phiri kwambiri inde zedi izo inde inde tikumene.
Fly to Naples from the airplane. You see all these volcanic events. You see everything. But we are aware of it. We have learned.
Koma tikudziwa taphunzira kukhala nazo pamene pali chivomerezi.
Here, we are used to it. But we
Koma.
we are very used to it. But
Yeah, ndimaganizirabe.
The Campi Flegrei, along with its
Campi Flegrei pamodzi ndi zilumba ziyandikana nazo ndi malo akulu kwambiri ophulika pano. Simpeza mapiri ophulika koma phiri lalitali lomwe lili ndi network.
The caldera's area
Mabwinja amene
estimates between 100 to 200 square kilometers, surpassing the size of Naples.
kupitilira kukula kwa Naples. Ichi ndi chifukwa chake Campi Flegrei amatchedwa supervolcano pa zaka zake 80,000 za kukhalapo kwambiri.
12,000 years ago. Each time, they resulted in a catastrophe for Europe.
Nthawi iliyonse iyo amabweretsa tsoka la ku Ulaya, ndipo zinaoneka kuti pakali pano phiri latsala pang'ono kuphulika. Chifukwa chiyani izi zingayachitike komanso momwe phiri la chitukuko chathu ingathere zidzafunitsidwa mu video.
From green to yellow. Naturally, when you walk over the mouth of a volcano every day, you become desensitized to the potential danger. However, the events of recent years cause a growing sense of alarm and fear, even among those residents who have long grown accustomed to this reality. Bradicism is in our blood, Italians say. Bradicism is the uplift of the ground caused by the awakening of a volcano. It is through bradicism that local residents can observe the visible activity of the volcano. The most significant uplift of the ground is observed in the vicinity of the port of Pozzuoli. Local residents have vivid memories of the bradicism events that occurred in the 1980s. From August 1982 to December 1984, the city endured.
Mzindawu udapitirira nazana avomerezi nobisa komanso zochitika za bradisemic. Izi zinachitika kuti 8,000 zapakati pa mzindawu ziwonongeka komanso anthu 36,000 asamuke m'manyumba zawo. Ntchito ya bradisemic inakweza pansi pa nyanja ndi pafupifupi mamita awiri. Ndipo inachitisa kuti Pozzuoli Bay ikhale yozama kwambiri zombo zazikulu.
I'm a fisherman, so I knew they were all on land.
Usiku umenewo Pozzuoli anakweza tachipera nimodzi. Ndipo
The dock lifted, then immediately descended. Boats in the Pozzuoli Bay are practically resting on the sand even now, because bradicism resumed in 2004. The ground has long risen to the level of the year 1984.
kufika pana 1984 ndipo
Of February 2023,
la pitirira kukwera.
by nearly 10 centimeters.
Mwezi wokha wa February 2023 malowo adakwezedwa pafupi 10 cm.
After 2000,
Kukwezedwa kumeneku kunatsagana ndi zivomerezi zazing'ono chikwi chimodzi. Pambuyo pa 2000 kuphulika kwa phiri kunayambika ndipo zinthu zosiyanasiyana zinakhala kuchitika kuyambira nthawi imeneyi.
influx of new magma from the mantle, heating the volcano's chamber.
Kuchokera pachova
2001,
kutentha chipinda cha
pressure began to
phirilo
lift the ground.
2004 kuthamanga kwa getsi mayamba
Hot magma
kukweza
everything
2005 magma otentha amatenthetsa chilichonse pamwamba pa nthaka
2006.
ndi kuyambitsa kuti madzi a hydrothermal
2007,
abilire.
exponential increase in the number of earthquakes in the synchronous.
2006 zimene zinawonongera pa mtundu.
This has never been observed before.
2016 chiyambi cha kuwonongezera kwa chiwerengero cha zivomerezi
While the
ndi
current one
kugwirizana
has
njira
been
zonse.
19 years, which is causing particular concern.
Zaka 19 zomwe zinayambitsa nkhawa.
Excuse me.
Pepani mosiyana ndi zaka za ma 80s pamene kunali zivomerezi nzini, pano tinangokhala ndi chivomerezi chokhuzana ndi chithunzi pasi. Pamene kunali kwakuti mzaka za ma 80 mu
Above level 6 on the Richter scale.
1983 kunachitika chivomerezi zoposa 6 pa sekelo ya
One was on
Richter
October 4th.
imene siling'ano choncho. Imodzi
Actual earthquake tremors.
inali pa October 4 ndipo ina pa September 4 koma zinali zivomerezi zenizeni. Ndipo chifukwa cha ichi ananeneratu za phiri.
Residents and
Iwo
scientists
ananeneratu
the current
zinthu
situation
zoopsa
in the brain
kwambiri.
system of the 1980s.
Zikomo kwa Mulungu palibe chomwe chachitika kuyambitsa nthawi imeneyi. Chabwino ndikuyenera
They believe that
kuzikhalanso
before the
chimodzi.
upcoming volcanic eruption, there will be stronger earthquakes and ground uplift than what occurred last time. However, there is an undeniable evidence that
Komabe pali umboni
and we can no
wotsukulu wa
longer
zinthu
rely on
zosintha
previous
ndipo
experiences.
sitingathenso kudalira zochitika zakale.
What makes today's
Kodi
criticism more dangerous
chikuchitika ndi
than
chiyani
that of the 1980s?
ndi phiri masiku ano?
Scientists led by
Ndi chiyani chomwe
have determined
chimapangitsa
that the
blood
properties of
semen
Earth's crust in the
ya
current
masiku
Gray area
ano
have changed.
kukhala yoopsa kuposa ya
Inelasticity it once had.
1980s.
This means that the signs of an eruption, which everyone is anticipating, may not occur, and the volcano could erupt at any moment without warning. What changes have occurred in the crust beneath Campiflagre over the past 40 years? At the very least, since 1950s, deep-seated magma has been steadily and continuously ascending to the surface, like a bulldozer, demolishing everything in its path.
Pang'ono-pang'ono
Sometimes
ngati
it
bulldozer
finds weakened zones in the rocks
akugwetsa
and penetrates
chilichonse
them through narrow
chomwe
intrusions.
chili njira
From the
yake.
1950s to
Nthawi
today,
zina
it
imapeza
would
zobwera
intrude,
zofowoka
raise the ground,
m'mathathwe ndi kulowa mwa njira yapatikiza kuyambira ma
you
1950
can see this from the
mpaka
shallow
ma
and sustained level of the
1980
ground.
inkalowera lera
Crust used to be
kukweza
thick
nthaka
enough to
kenako
contain these magma
kuphatikiza
intrusions.
pa milingo ina.
During the Braitism,
Yang'anani pa graph
magma pressure
mutha
was exceptionally
kuona
high,
izi
resulting in
kuchokera
powerful
pa
magma
kukwera
intrusions at
kwa
depths ranging
kuthwa
from 7
komanso
to 2.5 kilometers.
kukhazikika kwa nthaka.
It was terrible.
Chotuwacho chinkakhala cholimba kwambiri kuti chikhale ndi magma insulation.
The streets were filled with police, military personnel, and weeping residents, whom the government was forcibly evacuating from their homes. No one understood what would happen in the next minute. Many houses were cracking right before the eyes of residents who hadn't managed to flee to the streets. At some point, during the Braitism of the 1980s, the pressure from the magma and gases became so intense that it exceeded the crust strength limit, leading to its catastrophic rupture. The rupture allowed the accumulated gases to escape, which, in turn, temporarily halted the ground uplift and even caused a slight subsidence. This was a natural degassing of a volcano's chamber, which, on one hand, temporarily delayed a mega eruption. However, on the other hand, it was just a temporary respite. For decades, there were hardly any earthquakes in the volcano's vicinity. This reassured people, and they returned to normal life, gradually forgetting the horror they experienced in the 1980s. But this temporary calm deceived them, and unfortunately, invisible processes of catastrophic subsurface change were occurring deep within the Earth during this time. The gases that break out from the depths possesses extremely high chemical and physical reactivity. As they penetrate the rocks, they weaken them and make them more brittle. Essentially, these gases, by weakening the crust, pave the way for the magma ahead, like an icebreaker, clearing a path through the ice for other vessels. While peaceful life continued on the Earth's surface, the crust above the magma chamber essentially lost its ability to withstand the pressure from the magma. In other words, since 1984, the process of crustal degradation in the Campiflegrei area not only hasn't stopped, but has gradually intensified. And now, the volcano's activity is entering a new stage, as magma is intruding closer to the surface of the caldera. This is indicated by the fact that the majority of earthquake swarms have approached depth ranging from 1.5 to 1 kilometer. In August of this year, a powerful swarm of earthquakes occurred at depth ranging from 4 kilometers down to 200 meters. This indicates that the magma has already come so close to the surface that it could trigger a volcanic eruption. Currently, the crust in this area can be likened to glass, with a network of fine cracks running through it. How much longer can such a crust contain magma giant that is yearning to burst to the surface? Let's summarize all the information about the current activity of the Campiflegrei that we gathered. Magma from the depths is gradually approaching the surface of the volcano, causing continuous ground uplift and earthquakes. The crust has weakened and cannot resist the intrusion of magma. If no preventative measures are taken, an eruption will occur in the coming years. There is an opinion that the coming eruption of the Campiflegrei will be a minor lava flow, like its previous Monte Nuovo eruption in 1538. Some believe it will merely release steam. However, the facts tell us otherwise. Over its 80,000 years of existence, the Campiflegrei volcano has already experienced 2 catastrophic eruptions. It always gives warning signs of such explosions. Scientists, while studying the chemical composition of lavas from past eruptions, have noticed that each time before a mega eruption, specific changes occur in the magma. A minor eruption with a particular chemical composition of lava takes place. This always occurs several hundred years before a catastrophic mega eruption. Such a lava composition was indeed discovered in the eruption of Monte Nuovo in 1538. These warnings have occurred twice in the history of caldera eruptions. On the graph, you can see them labeled as number 12 and 53. Please note that following these events, several hundred years later, came the catastrophic eruptions of the Campiflegrei caldera labeled as number 54 and 84. Now, take a look at the eruption number 5, flashing in red. This is the eruption of Monte Nuovo in 1538. Monte Nuovo indeed served as a signal and a warning shot before Campiflegrei will unleash its devastating eruption and wipe out all life in Europe. This cataclysmic event could occur at any moment. The previous caldera eruptions were the most devastating volcanic events in European history over the last 200,000 years. according to the reconstructions by volcanologists. During these eruptions, ash and lava columns reached height of 44 kilometers. Incandescent clouds spread instantly over a radius of 60 kilometers. All life in this area was obliterated within seconds. Ash was carried by the wind for thousands of kilometers, blanketing the entire continent of Europe up to the Ural Mountains. In Romania, 1,000 kilometers away from the volcano, the ash layer reached 1 meter in thickness as determined by ash deposit studies. As a result of these eruptions, the temperature in Europe dropped by 6 to 9 degrees Celsius. The volcanic winter that followed the eruption approximately 36,000 years ago led to the extinction of Neanderthals. Those who survived were forced to flee from Europe. There exists a cycle of cataclysms that our planet undergoes approximately every 12,000 years. During this cycle, there is an escalation of catastrophic natural events such as hurricanes, typhoons, wildfires, and floods. But the most alarming aspect is the increasing seismic and volcanic activity, with supervolcanoes becoming active. The super eruption of the Campi Flegrei, labeled as number 54, occurred approximately 36,000 years ago, and number 84 occurred about 12,000 years ago. The timing of these super eruptions confirmed the 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms. What triggers the eruptions of supervolcanoes during this 12,000-year cycle? During this cycle, external cosmic influences activates the Earth core. This leads to an increase in endogenous energy, resulting in a widespread ascent of deep-seated magma. Deep-seated magma is hotter, more liquid, and mobile, and it is what initiates mega eruptions. Analysis of mega eruptions approximately 12,000 and 36,000 years ago revealed the presence of deep-seated magma in them. Just like in the past, magma is currently rising from the depths. There is a critical question that no one is discussing. Defocused earthquakes occurring in various parts of the world affects the seismicity of the Campi Flegrei, thereby inducing magma ascent. The cause of such defocused earthquake is a powerful explosion deep within the Earth's mantle. As a result of this explosion, we observe defocused earthquakes. In the case of a supervolcano, this is reflected as a swarm of earthquakes. The catastrophic increase in the number, depth, and strength of defocused earthquakes indicates a buildup of internal energy within the Earth. Such explosions can trigger a spontaneous eruption of the Campi Flegrei and any other supervolcano. We are already witnessing this phenomenon in the example of supervolcanoes like Yellowstone, Ira, and Campi Flegrei. They are undergoing synchronous awakening. Furthermore, there is an increase in activity of Taupo, Lak, and Toba, precisely the supervolcanoes that also erupted in the previous 12,000-year cataclysmic cycles. The planet has already entered a cycle of cataclysms, as evidenced by all the climatic and geodynamic processes. Campi Flegrei is a volcano of this cycle. The eruption of one supervolcano, acting as a detonator, will trigger a chain reaction of eruptions in all others. If Campi Flegrei alone is capable of blanketing the entire Europe in ash, what will happen when other supervolcanoes start erupting? What will become of our planet? This will be a catastrophe, not only for Italy, but for all of humanity.
People can be understood. They have been informed multiple times about potential eruptions, and they have experienced their symptoms themselves: tremors, earthquakes, and ground uplift. I have experienced these firsthand as a resident of Pozzuoli. Such things have occurred many times in the past, but fortunately, everything eventually returned to normal, and nothing serious happened. So we believe that this time too, everything will be fine. However, this time the signs of activity are simultaneously appearing in many volcanoes around the world. This is not a mere coincidence. There is a scientific explanation for this process.
The explosive eruption of the Campiflagre supervolcano poses an enormous threat not only to Italy, but all of Europe. The catastrophic consequences include not just the explosion itself, which would annihilate all life over a large area, but due to the massive amounts of ash and steam ejected into the atmosphere, breathing would become impossible if we would also experience intense acid rains and flooding caused by these acid rains. Following that, a volcanic winter will start, and those who survive the eruption would not be able to return to their normal lives. Life would become a struggle for survival. So, the most significant danger to Italy is presented by explosive eruption of the Campiflagre supervolcano. But that is not all. As we have mentioned before, the growth of catastrophes is occurring at a geometric progression. Here, you can
kukula kwa masoka kuchuluka pakukula kwa geometric pan mukhoza kuona chithunzi choonera chomwe zikuyendera malingana ndi masamu anthu akukulanso kwambiri masoka ena onse akupanga chifukwa kuopa kulikonse amene zikuoneka pakali pano masoka omwe tikumana nawo masiku ano kuitali komanso pa dziko lonse lapansi sachitika mwachisawawa amalumikizidwa ndi kusintha kozungulira komwe kunapeza zaka 12,000 zilizonse.
During this cycle, among other disasters, devastating volcanic eruptions always takes place. What is particularly concerning is the fact that the Campiflagre supervolcano is
already ikuonesa kale zizindikiro zokonzekera kulika kwakukulu kunene natu kumene kumatengera masamu ndipo tikuona kusinthiridwa kwa chisankhochi pakukwera kwa masoka owononga pa dziko lonse lapansi. Mfundo zamape zimazika tsogolo.
The responsibility for the future of our planet rests on
kodi kuphatikiza zoona kapena kuyamba kuchita zinthu udindo watsogolo la lapansi.
Thank you, John, for explaining in such detail what happens to the planet when it enters a cycle of cataclysms. The real scientifically substantiated cause of these climate catastrophes and geodynamic events, the escalation of which we are witnessing on the planet, has now been voiced. What is most troubling for all of us is that the Campiflagre supervolcano is already showing all of the signs of being ready for a super eruption. Are we, people, prepared for this? What are we going to do when everything around us becomes covered in lava and ash? Volunteers from the Creative Society Project interviewed residents of Pozzuoli who live in the caldera of Campiflagre to understand what people are planning to do at that moment. Do people realize the danger they are in right now?
Good evening. Do you know that Campiflagre is a supervolcano?
Yes, of course.
Were you informed by the local authorities about what you should do? An evacuation plan, any other actions in case of an emergency?
Yes, there were some news reports, but it's not, well, they didn't really properly. It's just from time to time.
Personally, locally, and currently we haven't received any information yet. Yes, the official sources, in fact, don't say anything. There is no information at all.
Have the authorities proposed any welfare plans for the population in case of an emergency situation with the volcano?
Well, there's an old evacuation plan that I think dates back to at least 1980. So, so it must be completely redesigned.
Because everything has obviously changed.
Because of regeneration and so on. And then there's a need to work a lot.
chifukwa cha kusintha ndi zina zotero ndiyeno pakufunika kugwira ntchito zambiri
It's all very complicated.
ndi kuthandiza ziyenera
handed out
kumveka.
brochures to
Inde
everyone with
atero
information
anagwira aliyense.
about the collection
Mabulosha
points and where
akhala
to move
ndi
when necessary.
chidziwitso chokhudza malo
A
osankhiritsidwa
few
ndi
months ago,
kumene
something
asamugwira
came
ngati
along in the
kuli
past, but
kofunikira.
lately, no, nothing.
Posachedwa
Do you know what you will do
ayi
in the event
miyezi
of, in the
ingapo
case of an
yapitayo.
emergency, in case of a volcanic eruption?
Yeah, I'll go out to the balcony and watch the volcano erupt. There's no way to predict anything. How can we evacuate 250,000 people in 2 days?
To act? But, there's nothing you can do against nature. How can we help? In Pompeii, in 79 AD, thousands of people died so quickly, and the gases erupted with great speed.
If volcanic eruption happens, I always think about it. I
Ngati
always
kuphika kwa
but
chiphalaphala
the question
chachitika
is, will
ndi
I be
maganizira
able to
zonse
do it in
zomwe
time?
nthawi
That's the
zonse
point. The
zimakhala
problem
ndi
isn't so much whether
sukesesi
you can prepare in time. It's
zokonzedwa,
that you
koma
don't know what
funso
to
ndi lakuti
expect.
kodi
Because the recent
nditha
events were horrible.
kuzichita
I've been here
nthawi
for
yake
20 years,
ndi
but this
mfundo
has
zake
never happened before.
zikhala
After all,
lalikulu
you can
nthawi
prepare any way you want, but
mungokonzekera
when it
nthawi.
comes, it comes.
Are you ready to respond? What would you do?
I don't know what
Kodi
we're going to
mwakonzeka
do.
kuyankha?
I don't think we
Sindikudziwa kuti
citizens are
titani,
prepared. I
sindikuganiza
don't know
kuti
whether to run or to stay indoors and whether we will need masks because I don't know what can happen.
In the 80, in the 83, there were tremors.
mu 80 mu 83 panali zivomerezi zoposa 6 magnitude 5.6 pa sikelo ya Richter, koma zinali zivomerezi
And was there an
ndipo
evacuation?
kunali kusamutsidwa kumeneko kunali kusamutsidwa ndithudi
And they were all relocated along the Domitian coast.
kwazulu ndi
Though,
anthu
as
onse
far as I understand,
adasamutsidwa
just
ndipo
during
onse
school time.
adasamutsidwa mphepete mwa nyanja
I
ya
returned to my
Domitian.
house, which of course
Zinatenga
damaged.
nthawi monga momwe
But those
ndikumvera
damages were
pa
very
nthawi ya
repaired.
sukulu ndinabwera ku nyumba yanga yomwe inali
Now, I'm telling you all these things very
yowonongeka
frankly.
koma zinawonongekazo
I don't care
zinagazebe
anymore.
tsopano
Maybe because I'm already
ndikukuwuza
evacuated. Probably,
izi zoona
but it doesn't
mtima
bother me
kwambiri
anymore.
ine
We see that the
ndikusangalala
strategy is
konapo
ready.
mwina chifukwa
Perhaps on paper, the Civil
ndatemera
Protection
kale
Service
mwina
has really prepared
koma
everything. They have
sindikuzivutisasa
done a great job.
tikuona
Here,
kuti
we
njira
also did
yakonzedwa
evacuation
kumwina
drills.
papepa
But
ntchito
this
ya
is
civil
Botswana.
protection
You
yakonzedwa
can't
zonse achita
evacuate
ntchito
in an
yabwino
instant.
apa
With the narrow
tidachitanso
streets,
zoyenera
it will take a long
zotumiza
time.
kwanthu
However,
koma
look at the
ayi
ground.
ndi
I mean, do
pozulula
we have all this time to escape
zipungatuluke
from here?
nthawi yomweyo misewu yapa zitenga nthawi yayitali.
Apparently, the residents of Pozzuoli have no clue about the kind of disaster that's looming beneath their feet. We hope that the authorities will inform them and us, and that an evacuation plan will be set in place. But under what conditions does the evacuation begin?
According to the National Civil Protection Plan, evacuation in the Campi Flegrei area will begin only when the following signs occur. When thousands of earthquakes per day occur, when the land is severely deformed and tilted, when there is significant release of gases with carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide, when there are cracks in the streets and broken pipelines. Only then will the Italian Prime Minister declare a simple pre-alarm. It seems more like a mockery than an operational evacuation plan whose purpose should be to save people. So, if there are 990 earthquakes per day, can people just stay where they are and not worry about anything? Do you realize how absurd that sounds?
Only when the situation
pokhapokha
is a state of
pamene
emergency declared
zikuyipirirabe
and
kwambiri
evacuation is ordered.
pamene
At
kulengeza
this point,
kwenzizi
people must
ndipo
evacuate
kuchosedwa
on the road from
kumalamulidwa
dangerous
anthawi
area. Experts
ayenera
estimate that it
kuthawa
will take
okha
72 hours to evacuate
akaswiri
half
akuti
a million
zidatenga
people
kuti
living
maola
in the red zone alone.
32
How is this possible given that
72
there will be
kuti
more than
asamuke
1,000
anthu
earthquakes
theka la
per day
miliyoni
and all the
okhala
routes
ku
will
dera
be damaged by
lofiira
faults?
kodi izi zingatheke
All these
bwanji
plans were
popeza
developed in the
pazakhala zivomerezi
1980s based on the experience of ordinary
zoposa
conditions
chikwi pa
without
tsiku
taking
ndipo
into account the effects
misewu
of
yonse izawonongeka ndi zolakwika.
Large explosive
Mapulani
eruptions like the one currently forming at the Campi Flegrei have never been witnessed in the history of our civilization. We have never faced what is coming, and unfortunately, it will escalate. During this
pa nthawi imeneyi ya cosmic cycle, Campi Flegrei
and they will
izaphulika
certainly
ndipo
do
anthuti
so, as they are
azachita
already
popeza
showing signs
ikuonetsa kale
not
zizindikiro
only Italy,
za
but the
ntchito.
whole of Europe will simply
Italy
cease to
lokha
exist if we
koma
don't
ku
take
Ulaya
action
konse
before the
kudzatha
volcano erupts.
ngati sitidzachita kanthu. Phiri
Italians, friends, wake up. If this eruption
lisaphulike.
begins, no evacuation.
Anthu aku
No
Italy abwezi
preparation will help.
dzukani ngati
The eruption
kuphulikako
will be instantly
kuyambika
terrifying.
palibe
And
dongosolo
let's be honest, in our consumerist society, human life is not
lothawirapo,
valuable.
palibe
The task of
konsekera
saving all people,
komwe
every human being,
kuphatikiza
simply has
kuphulika.
not been considered. Do we have a solution?
But despite the complexity of the situation, there is a solution.
Koma mosasamala kanthu
We're
za
pleased to present an
mavuto
excerpt from the video of Professor
anthu.
Egan Chalakian's speech. Egan Chalakian is a qualified particle physicist who collaborates on the development of the future circular collider technology at CERN's Advanced Particle Physics Laboratory. He is also involved in the NASA NISAR mission. Egan Chalakian has worked with 4 US presidents. Currently, he is a federal lobbyist for the United States Congress and the White House. Professor Chalakian has proven himself as a recognized expert on climate change and matters of national security.
The esteemed Egan Chalakian has spoken on the topic of climate several times, and further, you'll be presented with the excerpts of his 2 addresses.
My name is Egan Chalakian. Today I have an urgent message.
Dzina langa ndi Egan Chalakian. Lero ndili ndi uthenga ufunika kwa anthu onse okhudzana ndi tsogolo la chitukuko chathu. Ndasankha kuti ndikubweretsereni uthenga uwu potsatira kutenga nawo gawo kwanga posachedwa komiti yolumikizana ya Nobel Prize, misonkhano ya National Academy of Science ku Washington DC, pomwe tidakambirana nkhani zabodza komanso zabodza komanso izinayambitsa mafundo moyo wanga pamene tinazindikira kuti pali zambiri posachedwa.
Of extreme climatic and geodynamic events. There is a significant rise in the occurrence and magnitude of seismic, volcanic, hydrological, atmospheric, gravitational, and thermal anomalies. Furthermore, we have recently detected a number of alarming anomalies in all the layers of the Earth's system. There is an extraordinary displacement and destabilization of the Earth's core, a sporadic and chaotic acceleration of the planet's rotation, and a shift in its rotational axis. This scenario is compounded by a critical weakening and emergence of atypical anomalies of the magnetic field and a change in the composition of the upper layers of the atmosphere. These events have culminated in an extreme activation of magnetic foci and an accompanying increase in deep mantle earthquakes, a decrease in the thermal conductivity of the ocean. As a consequential result, our oceans have lost their ability to function as a compensatory and cooling mechanism. All these alarming factors indicate only one thing, to wit, our planet is on the verge of self-destruction, and humanity only has a few years remaining to avert this impending catastrophe. Right now, our planet is entering a cycle of climatic disasters that affects all the planets of our solar system. This entire solar system undergoes this cycle every 12,000 years, and every 24,000 years the cycle has its highest intensity. Similar to Earth, evidenced processes of change in the cores of other planets and geodynamic restructurings, as well as the increase of atmospheric anomalies, are occurring elsewhere within our solar system. This, in turn, would suggest that these cycles are caused by the influence of an external cosmic impact on all the planets of the solar system.
Now let's talk about volcanoes. This portion of my presentation will be centered on the cataclysmic volcano activity, both historical and forthcoming, and on the impact likely to be visited upon mankind. Whether viewed through the national security or national disaster lens, the threat warrants immediate global attention. Accordingly, from the introductory presentation, it is hoped that a blueprint to address this issue at hand may ultimately be born. The enhanced frequency of extraordinary geophysical events indicates pronounced instability in the Earth's core. This same instability will consequently manifest itself in the form of intense heat and subsequent magma, as witnessed just a few weeks back. The seismic events unfolding before us today should not be overlooked or discounted. Earthquakes realized in Turkey and Syria, compounded by a succession of volcanic eruptions and subordinated activity, ought to provide ample warning of imminent danger at our doorsteps. Should an earthquake occur in a geospecific region of China or elsewhere on the planet that produces a force magnitude similar to that recently visited upon Turkey, such an extraordinary event could actually trigger volcanic activity as far away as Yellowstone caldera, located in North America. Volcanic networks are indeed incestuous in all respects. If this were to happen, the consequences could be devastating, potentially resulting in a consequential eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano. Moreover, such a catastrophic incident could also activate an interconnected network of volcanoes worldwide. In this lattermost scenario, the fate of mankind would likely be at stake. Volcanoes erupt when mandatory conditions are met. Currently, an increase in magnetic activity is observed on the Earth's interior, and this will ultimately bring about enhanced volcanic activity from both volcanoes and supervolcanoes alike. As magma escapes to the surface, even if external impact on the Earth's core were fully arrested, the presence of inertia would suggest that the eruptions would persist. This inspires the inevitable question as to whether or not volcanic eruptions could be controlled, regulated, or even precluded by man. Can we actually diffuse volcanic eruptions? The eruption of a volcano is instigated by the ascent of magma and the buildup of pressure within the conduit of the volcano. Upon reaching the surface, the magma is discharged as a result of degassing. The process of eruption is also accompanied by a series of small earthquakes that cause the surrounding plates to shift, which can influence the upward movement of the magma. In fact, volcanoes function as a remediating mechanism for our planet, with the goal of stabilizing magmatic outflows. What about earthquakes? Earthquakes are not a mere consequence of plate destruction, but rather a fundamental mechanism of natural remediation, a protective mechanism for our planet. A series of earthquakes within the Earth's crust indicates that the crust of our planet itself compensates for an increase in pressure of magma in the trough, thereby averting volcanic eruptions. During the eruption, only a portion of the accumulated magma is spent, with the remaining balance falling subject to the natural remediation process. This same process manifests in an integral series of stabilizing earthquakes of varying magnitudes, which further serves to stay magma escape. Such a mechanism of natural compensation does not, however, apply in the case of supervolcanoes. A supervolcano possesses a massive magma chamber embedded in the Earth's crust, where magma can ascend and penetrate through the tectonic plate, resulting in a volcanic eruption. Unlike regular volcanoes, Earth's crust is unable to manipulate and restrain the powerful supervolcano eruption through the movement of its plates. Instead, the tectonic plate succumbs to its elimination through a process of melting, which allows magma to flow less impaired directly from the magma chamber under enormous pressure. In the present moment, we have an unprecedented opportunity to avert such catastrophes. These are not fanciful theories, but rather fundamental principles that are being implemented today. We have acquired the knowledge of how to properly degas and unload volcanoes. By implementing a controlled preemptive degassing strategy, we conceivably could harness the potential of alienating the buildup of pressure in supervolcanoes thus preventing magma from burning through the Earth's crust and thereby averting the catastrophic consequences of a supervolcanic eruption. To properly perform degassing measures and activate the compensatory mechanisms already in place, it would be necessary to control both the plates and the pressure of magma in order to regulate closure of the trowel. By carefully controlling the processes, we could release the growing pathological tension in the areas most influencing the lithospheric plates, thereby reducing the frequency of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. In other words, the process of earthquakes can be influenced and possibly regulated. We can prevent the catastrophic eruptions of a supervolcano. However, this can only be achieved after we stop the external impact on the core, which takes place every 12,000-year cycle. This is an undeniable fact. If we fail to take corrective action or improperly conduct degassing, the excess energy will intensify the cavitation process of magma and lead to a sharp expansion of magma pressure, which the crust would not be able to withstand. In such a case, our planet may well face the same fate as Phaethon, in catastrophic explosion that would transform it into an asteroid belt.
And in due course, I realized that any comprehensive understanding of such a complex and sophisticated subject would likely require an intimate interface within not only the geophysical and astrophysical domains, but a variety of other specialized scientific domains as well. The problem of the scientific world, which is supposed to solve such issues, is that this academic world is divided. Everything is studied within the narrow confines of a specific discipline. Whereas the question of synchronous and nominalist destabilization of all the Earth's layers and the associated risk of imminent destruction of our planet can only be investigated with the use of a global interdisciplinary approach. Some scientists and policymakers argue against disseminating information about the severity of the situation to avoid causing panic and destabilizing society. However, such an approach can be dangerous, and it hinders the search for practical solutions to this problem. It's akin to a situation where a patient has a disease and refuses to go to the doctor, hoping for self-healing. In such cases, the risk of the patient's death significantly increases. Therefore, an open and objective dialogue among all interested parties is essential to choose the optimal strategy for saving humanity from a global catastrophe. However, what has the global community been preoccupied with regarding addressing climate issues? We're still collecting funds to combat the rise in CO2 concentrations, which is in fact a compensatory mechanism during the 12,000-year cycle of catastrophes. It's the result of ocean warming that leads to CO2 emissions. The subsequent natural step in compensating for the heat rise within the planet is the activation of volcanoes. This is a natural process. We urgently need to establish a unified international scientific center, essentially an international interdisciplinary alliance of the world's best scientists who will work on solving this problem. We need a fruitful collaboration of specialists from various fields of science, such as particle physics, astrophysics, neutrino astrophysics, planetary science, climatology, atmospheric physics, oceanography, ecology, paleoclimatology, geophysics, seismology, volcanology, geology, hydrogeology, glaciology, cryology, atmospheric chemistry, magnetostratigraphy, earth physics, geodynamics, tectonics, geomechanics, and much, much more. We need the brightest minds of this world capable of thinking unconventionally and innovatively. We need people who are ready to collaborate and to act in the interest of all humanity. The prompt creation of a unified
kupangidwa mwachangu kwa likulu logweza za kufufulo pa dziko lonse lapansi likuyamba kugwira ntchito mwachangu ndikofunikira kuti kwandise bwino ntchito yathu ndikufunikira kuchedwa kwali kulikonse kugwirizana ndi mgwirizano wa sayansi kumachepetsa kwambiri mwayi opeza zotsatira zoyenera ndi kupempha onse omwe ali ndi ntchito kuti achitepo kanthu mwachangu komanso moyenera kuti aonetsetse kuti zinthu zikuyenera. Okondedwa anzanga obwezera lero ine Ekoni chokhalikani ndikukhulupirani kunena kuti mayitanidwe ofunika kwambiri konse ofulumira ambiri ya anthu ndikufuna kufikira asayansi onse pa dziko lapansi omwe amatha kusiyanitsa choonadi
yet also see the prospects for the future of humanity. I address those who have dedicated their lives to science and practice and those unafraid to seek the truth. I implore you to unite for the sake of saving the future of all of humanity, your lives and the lives of your children and grandchildren. I also want to address all people
ndikufunanso kukhala none anthu onse munthu aliyense pa dziko lapansi lero ine Ekoni chokhalikani ndikulankhula ndi inu monga oyimira mayiko osiyanasiyana azipembedzo kapena magulu osiyandale koma monga umunthu ogwirizana monga nzika zosiyana ndikulimbikitsani kuti muthandizire kukhukisidwa kwa malo ogwirizana asayansi pa dziko lonse lapansi ndikuthandizira atsogoleri a mayiko anu povomereza izi. Iyi si ntchito chabe, ndi udindo wathu wogawana ndi mwayi wathu kuti tipulumuke. Sitingathe kutaya nthawi pa mikangano ndi migawano. Sitingathe kunyalanyaza mfundo, umboni ndi machenjezo. Sitingathe kukhala osasamala za dongosolo la umunthu ndi aliyense kwa aliyense.
Thank you very much, Professor Chilakian. The fact that there is technology to prevent volcanic eruptions is encouraging. I'd like to address our respected experts. If this technology exists, why is it not being used yet? Is it possible to apply it to the Campifligray volcano?
We have a good understanding of developing technology to safely release pressure and prevent volcanic eruptions, and that indeed gives hope. However, this technology cannot be implemented right now for two reasons. Number one, like Dr. Chilakian, climate disasters, which is external cosmic impact.
zimayambisa masoka a nyengo zomwe ndizosalira zakunja kwa cosmetic zimasamutsa mphamvu mosalekeza kupita pakati pa dziko. Mphamvu yowonjezerayi imathetsa pachimake zomwe zimapangitsa kuti magma atenthedwe kwambiri, achuluke ndi kukwera pamwamba. Kuwonjezera apo, nyanja imagwira ntchito yofunika kwambiri pozindikira magma otentha. Komabe, chifukwa cha kuyipisidwa kwa microfinance, nyanjayi
Step by step. Shield our planet from external cosmic impact and restore the oceans. Once that's done, depressurize the volcanoes. As high-pressure magma balloons connected to an external magma source. To make them safe, we must turn off the additional heat coming from inside our planet, causing the magma to expand and rise. Afterwards, we can safely release the pressure from the volcanoes. It is important to note that we have the solution, technology to release the pressure, but it will only work effectively and safely if we prevent new magma from reaching the surface and replenishing these explosive magma balloons. Without first addressing the root cause, applying this technology would even be dangerous. In essence, implementing this technology is pointless unless we first safeguard our planet from external cosmic impact. The reason number two. Let's just try to imagine if it is even possible to implement the technology and prevent eruption in today's world. Well, even if the solution exists today, the implementation will face significant challenges. First, agreement between countries. Our world is divided into nations, each fiercely guarding its own interests. Now, imagine the conflict must be urgently depressurized from thousands of miles away in another part of the world. This would prevent the eruption and protect millions of people in Europe, but at the same time, it would ruin the landscape and business of another country. In this case, how long, or rather, would it even be possible to reach an agreement? Achieving such global agreements, especially if it affects the interests of multiple countries, will be unrealistic in today's society. Second, the funding. Recall the scenario of depressurizing conflict from another country. It is unclear who should bear the cost. Should it be Italy, where conflict is located, or the country which is deploying the technology, or the European countries where the volcanic eruptions will impact the most? Given the limited resources for climate refugees and disaster victims in today's society, securing funds for large-scale volcano depressurization projects would be unlikely. Third, collaboration among scientists. Scientists from different disciplines must collaborate closely to address complex global problems, but interdisciplinary collaborations are rare today. Many prioritize personal gains over collaborative problem solving. This makes tackling multidisciplinary challenges and implementing solutions impractical. Finally, the most important reason has been mentioned already by our host. That is, there's no common goal to save everyone's lives from cataclysms. And this is especially evident in disaster aftermath discussions, which are focused on cost rather than lives. Honestly, we're living in a world where your and my life are just part of numbers and statistics. In summary, even if life-saving technology is available, it can't be implemented because our society values money and interests of countries and individuals more than human life. If we're talking about a technology that is well understood and ready to be implemented, this means that we can't solve a more complex external cosmic impact problem, which requires major scientific breakthroughs. Enormous resources and extensive collaboration among scientists and countries will be necessary, and we now see that this is impossible. So does that mean that we're all doomed? We are here today to say that there is a way out. Otherwise, there will be no point talking about natural catastrophes in a dreadful future. The way out requires a shift from our current power-seeking, divided society to the one that values human life above all else. And that solution is called creative society. In the creative society, human life takes precedence over money and power, ensuring safety and well-being for everyone. Because of the shift in priorities, international agreements will be reached rapidly. Enough funds will be allocated, and scientists will collaborate for humanity. Dr. Chalakian, in his appeal, proposed a practical solution that would enable scientists to collaborate through a unified scientific center. His initiative provides an opportunity for our survival and aligns perfectly with the solution proposed by creative society. It emphasizes respecting individual rights, preserving lives, and fostering international collaboration through a unified economy. And this vision can be implemented most effectively in creative society. Thus, in creative society, we will be able to save the lives of all 8 billion people. We will find a solution to protect against external cosmic impact, stabilize the core, and prevent all climate catastrophes, including supervolcanoes. Creative society opens the door not only to survival, but to build a unified civilization that can withstand similar challenges in the future. The creative society is our lifeline. However, making the creative society a reality relies on each and every one of us. With time ticking away, we urgently require your help in spreading the information about the seriousness of natural disasters and how we can overcome them together. Your voice carries immense weight at this critical moment, because it's through informed individuals like you that others can also make informed decisions to support creative society. This is a time for our collective choice that shapes the future of all people and our planet. It is time to act now.
Many thanks to you, Anastasia, John, for the information you have provided. And many thanks to the entire international team of scientists and volunteers of the Creative Society Project for their tremendous work for the benefit of all of humanity. Thank you for being honest about what's going on. People need to know the truth.
Italians, you've heard it all. In order for scientists to cope with volcanic eruptions and prevent a planetary catastrophe, certain conditions are required. And these conditions can be ensured only by the creative society. Now we know the truth about the climate crisis, and we know there is a way out.
We don't need to live in fear and wait for everything to happen. We don't need to prepare for evacuation. We agree with what Egon Chalakian said. We need to unite scientific potential and consolidate all the countries in the world. We, participants of the creative society, firmly believe that the fastest and most effective way to do this is to build the creative society.
Hello, friends. If we want to have time to find a solution to the global climate threat, we need to have certain conditions that will make it possible to achieve this. Creative society gives these conditions to us. Let us focus now on what the creative society actually is. The creative society is a new format of society for all mankind, where human life is the highest priority. In the creative society, power will belong to the people and will not be concentrated in the hands of one person or a separate group of people, as it happens today, leading to conflicts, wars, crises, and so on. The demand for a new format of society, where the value of human life is the main priority, comes from millions of people from all over the world. This was shown by the largest social survey in history, which was conducted by volunteers for more than 10 years in 180 countries. Each participant was asked the same question: what kind of world would you like to live in? Based on the results of people's answers, 8 pillars were formed that became the basis for building a new format of society called the creative society. In order to implement it, people from all over the world today unite and act in a project of the same name, the creative society. We need the creative society all over the world because only creative society provides a way out of all global crises, including the climate crisis, ensures a future without wars, conflicts, violence, poverty, and famine, provides an opportunity to bring humankind to a new stage of evolutionary development in the shortest possible time, in a peaceful and legal way, provides every human being with security, health, well-being, and overall development. Further, we will explain in detail how this can be realized in a peaceful and legal way.
Thank you, dear Flaviano. Now it becomes clearer what the Creative Society is. In the first part of the conference, we heard a lot of shocking information regarding the seriousness of the current climate situation. Literally under our feet, here in Italy, magma is simmering and could erupt at any moment. And at any moment, it could not only lead to the demise of our country, our beloved Italy, but also trigger a chain reaction of disasters worldwide. Is a truly frightening scenario. However, this global problem is not being taken seriously. Moreover, it is silenced by the global media. And, on the one hand, this is understandable, because in our current format of society, this problem cannot be solved. It's a dead end. It can be solved only in the creative society, where we can create all the conditions for scientists and advancement of science. Thanks to this, technologies capable of shielding us from global catastrophe will be developed.
Yes, the Creative Society is a new format based on millions of surveys worldwide. Can you imagine volunteers talk to the people asking them the same questions for 10 years? All this effort was aimed at bringing forth the 8 pillars of the Creative Society over a decade. It's not that someone out there wanted to impose their ideas and solutions on us, like politicians do. It is the people themselves who have expressed how they see the world.
The Creative Society provides us with the opportunity to solve not only the climate problem, but also to emerge from all the global crises, which are becoming more severe every day. But we can do this only together.
It is not by chance that the title of our conference is Global Crisis, Italy, the Future Depends on Us. We, Italians, have repeatedly received recognition and fame far beyond the borders of Italy. Thanks to our abilities, Made in Italy has eventually become a genuine brand, recognized and admired all over the world. It is now that we can be at the forefront of the Creative Society project, setting an example of how to rise from the ruins. Do you doubt it? Then let's watch a short video together and take a glance into the history of Italy over the last 70 years.
Let's recall what Italians have been capable of. Rolling up their sleeves, the entire nation worked hard to rebuild Italy. Italy awakened. Through hard work, it managed to build what went down in history as the economic boom. Thanks to the burgeoning economy, Italian families started having a better quality of life and more free time. All this ensured that we were appreciated and recognized far beyond the borders of Italy. Owing to our excellence, Made in Italy became truly a recognized and admired brand across the world. However, afterwards, the rise was followed by a decline, and starting from the 1970s, Italy experienced a number of crises. The only sector which, despite the crisis, continued to develop and is still developing today is the arms industry. The latest events have shown that this field will not help to save people's lives. How did we get to the point that in the conditions of aggravating cataclysms and the economic crisis, the only developing sector is the military industry? Can weapons actually stop these processes? We have the opportunity to create a wonderful future and to become one united civilization. Italians, with their talent, diligence, and organizational skills, can contribute to the building of the Creative Society. Italian craftsmen and thinkers will again be at the top of the world list of the most famous people, as it was with Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. And they will make history, not just for centuries, but forever. Our only way out is the Creative Society. It's time to unite. It's time to take action. Indeed, together we can achieve a lot when we have a common goal. I have just plunged back in Italy's history, not just for 70 years. I've felt immense respect and gratitude toward all Italians for our history. But it's very painful that now we've lost everything we worked so hard to create.
It's evident that our knowledge, skills, organizational abilities, creativity, and talents are very much needed by the entire world to build the creative society. But we should not forget that we, Italians, get accustomed very quickly to problems and crises. We must remember that our nation has this ability. But now there is no time to be inert. We must come together even more and utilize all our talents to build the creative society. It's a turning point for our country and for the entire world.
Do you see what's happening now in Italy? In the heart of Europe? It was a shock for me to discover how many homeless and hungry Italians there are today. Just recently, we earned the world's respect in fashion, cinema, and art. And now, in Italy, poverty is becoming a regular part of our lives. My God, but is this normal? How can poverty be the norm?
We conducted a social survey and asked Italians what concerns them the most right now. Let's hear it together.
Looking at the current situation in Italy, what are you most concerned about at this historical moment?
Unfortunately, this is not an easy time from any perspective. Economic, social, commercial, as well as international, both in Italy and in the whole world.
Today, it is difficult to create something. Today, it is even difficult to form a family because you are afraid of not securing a good future for your child.
Of course, it's the uncertainty of the future that young people are facing nowadays, putting them in a difficult situation, both in terms of work and plans for the future. That is what I'm concerned about.
The lack of confidence that young people are experiencing nowadays, sadness, the fact that they think there is no future for them, and very often they look for it outside their country.
Unfortunately, as people inside the economic system affirm to me, the inequality is constantly growing. Rich people are getting richer and richer. Poor people are getting poorer and poorer. And poor people are exploiting other poor people to survive. Thus, we are traveling down a perilous slope.
I'm horrified by the fact that I hear the phrase, the poor get poorer, the rich get richer more and more often around me. And it seems to have become our reality. And it's not surprising, considering that 1 in 12 Italians live in absolute poverty. Poverty has hit us, Italians, particularly hard, especially since 2022, due to rising energy prices and climate disasters, such as droughts, floods, and hailstorms. The pandemic was just the beginning. This situation is especially challenging for the poorest families, constituting over 2.6 million people in Italy, who are forced to rely on social aid, including soup kitchens for the underprivileged and homeless, and more frequently, food parcels. We witnessed this during Christmas in Milan, when a kilometer-long line of around 10,000 people, including the elderly, mothers with children, young people, and people of various professions formed outside the Pane Quotidiano social kitchen. According to the staff, there are so many people, we can't keep up. There are hardly any homeless people in the queue. It's mainly families facing financial difficulties, struggling to pay rent and bills and feed their children. Moreover, Italy is among European countries with the highest proportion of poor people among its permanent population. The level of poverty is on the rise. And the saddest part is that child poverty, particularly among those under 6 years old, is increasing. In 2021, This figure reached 667,000 children. What was truly shocking for me was an article on the official Cold Ready website stating that 540 children under the age of 15 require aid even to have a glass of milk or a meal. This information is shocking. In the 21st century, in the heart of civilized Europe, 500,000 children are going hungry. It's simply inconceivable. At the same time, our farmers are dumping truckloads of milk and discarding tons of food just because someone wants to maintain high food prices in the market. It's utter madness. This is absurdity of our consumer society. Why are we silent when it concerns our children and our future? Our silence, our inaction, and our reluctance to take responsibility while our children go hungry are baffling. We ourselves created the conditions where the top 5% of Italians hold more wealth than the bottom 80% of our country's population. This is according to a new Oxfam report released during the World Economic Forum in Davos. Each one of us is already feeling the inevitability of poverty. As for me, for instance, I calculated that on average, I spent 20% of my monthly income on food, while non-food expenses and services make up 80% of my total income. This situation is particularly critical for people like me, who live in rented accommodation, and people like me are the majority. Most of my expenses go to housing, water, electricity, gas, and fuel for my car. I can't avoid paying for these because I'll be evicted from my apartment, and I can't avoid using transportation because I need to commute to work. The only area where I can cut back is on food. If this continues, we'll be forced to survive on bread and water, and I'm not exaggerating. And all of this is happening right under our noses, in the homeland of Lamborghini and Ferrari, of our famous Made in Italy excellence, the trendsetters of high fashion and the world's finest footwear. We're looked up to by the whole world. Aren't we Italians ashamed? Don't we care? Don't we deserve better? Who's to blame for this? We are. We have shifted the responsibility. We have delegated power and willingly relinquished control over those we elected. At the elections, we check the box and shift the responsibility for our lives. And then, in our kitchens, we resent that they only think about themselves because we don't have any levers of influence on their actions. They manage a budget that consists of our own money. And at the same time, we have images in our heads that everything can be resolved through protests and revolutions, even though this only leads to losses and destruction. And at the same time, we don't even want to hear that people from 180 countries around the world are already uniting to fundamentally, peacefully, and in a lawful way change the format of society to a creative one, where everyone will have enough of everything, and everyone will have as much money as they need. I already dream of the day when thoughts about which gas stations to choose to save a bit on fuel, or which supermarket to go to for groceries that will last until the next paycheck will disappear from my mind. Not to mention where to take my daughter for a vacation. Right now, we have one thought: where to get the money to survive. And I thought about it too, until I learned about the Creative Society project, which already during the transition period will directly solve all money-related issues and more. In the Creative Society, Every person is guaranteed to receive an unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000 per month, free high-quality healthcare and education, no utility bills, cancellation of debts, and no taxes. And all of this will be available already in the transition period to the creative society. But fair questions arise. How is this possible, and where will we get so much money? Today, together with you, we will hear the answer to this question in the presentation of a new economic model prepared by an international team of economists specially for the online forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. This innovative model will change our lives from the very first day of its implementation.
In the transition period to the creative society, each person will have universal basic income equivalent to $10,000 US, free housing at least 650 square feet per person, free healthcare of the highest quality, free education for a lifetime, safety in every part of the world, work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, paid vacation for 2 months a year, equally high salaries across the world, no taxes for individuals, small and medium-sized businesses, fixed prices on all goods.
When I look at the picture of this kind of the world, a thought comes to my mind. This is incredible. This is incredibly cool. And yes, I want this kind of life. But just like in any person, a skeptic inside me begins to rant and says, first of all, it is impossible to implement. And even if it is possible, it certainly won't happen in my lifetime. And goes on to affirm, no one will let you do this. And you know what I reply to him? You're right. And indeed, he is right in today's economy of the consumerist format in which we exist nowadays. This cannot be implemented. This requires a different economic model. We need to look beyond the confines of the current system. And I invite you to learn about a new model of economy that will provide a high standard of living for every human being. This model has been developed and proposed by experts from around the world. It takes into account the economic needs of each person, technological advances, and the need for our civilization to develop and evolve. This innovative model will change our lives from the first day of its implementation. I want to draw your attention to the fact that its implementation is possible only if the format of society is changed from consumerist to creative. And further, I will explain why. Unlike the current economic model, the new model will have a different goal: to provide the high standard of living for every human on the planet. There are two key requirements for the new economic model to function and achieve this goal. The first requirement: the new economic model can only work on a planetary scale. It cannot work in a single country. The second requirement is the self-governing society. All power must belong to the people. The economy, along with other strategic spheres, will also be managed and controlled directly by society, represented by every person, each of us, via the electoral platform. So, we have formulated the goal of the new economic model and outlined the necessary requirements for its implementation. These requirements can only be met in the creative format of society. I now invite you to model the near future. After we have successfully completed all stages of building the creative society, the world community legally and peacefully transitions to the creative format of society that we all have chosen together and become one civilization. From that moment on, it will take a small amount of time to launch the new economic model.
6 months according to preliminary calculations. After that, we will enter the transitional period to the creative society, which will last 5 to 6 years. As soon as we enter the transitional period, everyone will be provided with the monthly unconditional basic income in the amount equivalent to $10,000, with their own housing of at least 60 square meters per person. Education and healthcare will be of high quality and free, as well as resources, electricity, water, heating. All debts will be written off. Loans will be interest-free, and there will be no more taxes for individuals, small and medium-sized businesses. Of course, this raises a lot of questions. Will people work? What will the prices be? Will there be inflation? And the most common and important question, where will the money come from? So let's take it in order. Where will we get the money from in the transitional period to the creative society? In the new economic model, money will be created by a single fund for global financing, which belongs to society and serves its interests. The single fund for global financing will only serve the function of creating and redistributing funds. It will not accumulate money like the funds do today, nor will it make money as the banks do in the consumer model of the economy. There will be no banks in the transitional period to the creative society because there will be no need to keep money, because money will be exclusively digital. In fact, there will be no money in the conventional sense of the word. These are just numbers and equivalent for exchange. That's your assets. You can exchange them for something, a product, a service, and so on. The more the economy grows, the more means of exchange, what we now call money, are created. In contrast to the consumerist format, all financial transactions will be open and transparent to everyone. The task of the single fund for global financing is to supply the right amount of means of exchange at society's request. Well, how will this work? Society decides what needs to be improved, created, and what projects and initiatives to implement. Experts will use the artificial intelligence to calculate how much money is needed to achieve those goals. And the single fund for global financing will create the necessary amount of money. If there is a request for the implementation of a project in a village, city, or country, an application is submitted to the electoral platform. For example, if a city decides to replace its asphalt pavement, it submits a request, and funds are allocated for this from the single fund for global financing. It's just like in the family. You know what everyone needs, and you allocate money from the family budget to buy the necessary goods: pants, sneakers, a piano. It's the same at the city and global levels. The only difference is that our budget as a society is not limited. We can spend as much as we want if there is something to spend on, and we need it. This approach does not limit the development of the economy. The economy develops and our opportunities increase. In the new economic model, there will be no budgets of cities and countries. There will be no such thing as state money either. The only place where money can accumulate is your personal account, and you yourself dispose of it as you please. If a country, city, or village has a budget, there will inevitably be those who will try to make a profit from that budget, local officials and others. And when there is no budget, it cannot be taken away. And this is the answer to the question of why there will be no corruption, theft, and bureaucracy. There won't be a situation where the asphalt pavement was changed last year and this year it is changed again, and someone makes money on it. It will not happen because the monitoring system will guarantee the transparency of all operations. Monitoring that the money allocated has been used as intended will be done with the help of technologies that already exist, such as the multipurpose complex VUTO. You won't be able to buy building materials for a higher price than those that are sold everywhere. and everyone can see their price. How is it possible to steal if what you buy and sell can be seen immediately? Money flows are transparent. Anyone can see what every penny is spent on. Now, in the consumerist format, this information is hidden. But in the transitional period to the creative society, it will be available to everyone. You can see exactly how money has been spent in any part of the world, regardless of where you are, because society's money is your money. For the convenience of transactions and complete transparency, a new single monetary unit will be introduced, which can be used anywhere in the world. It will belong to society and be created by the single fund for global financing. It will be digital. It will not be possible to seize or freeze it, and it will not lose value. You cannot lose digital money. It cannot be stolen, and its flows are completely transparent. From the first day of the transitional period to the creative society, an exchange of existing currencies for the new monetary unit will take place. All savings, capitals, and assets of people and enterprises will be converted into it. Why will the single currency be digital? Because firstly, it guarantees the transparency of all financial transactions. And secondly, with modern technology, there is no need for paper money or documents. Digital money is both environmentally friendly and convenient. A person doesn't need to carry a wallet, a passport, or a plane ticket. No chips or third-party devices are needed. A person can be identified by retina or a fingerprint. All this information will be stored in a single database that would be under the control of society as a whole, rather than individual countries or special services, as it is today, where everything is fragmented. This high-tech approach would simply eliminate any illegal activity. It will be impossible to engage in stealing or money laundering. It will all stop. In the creative society, a person has nothing to fear or hide. They are absolutely open and free. Everything starts with a clean slate. The key mechanism of the new economic model will be a limitation of wealth, which is the limit of maximum wealth per family that we will set as a society. At the present time, the recommended amount is $10 million, and it is confirmed by recent research. This is the total amount, including all movable and immovable property, all the assets and liabilities of each family member. This amount is more than enough for a comfortable, prosperous life, but not enough to gain unlimited power. When a person's wealth goes over the set limit, the excess funds simply disappear. They are not credited to anyone's account and are essentially written off. We are used to thinking in terms of the economy of the consumerist format, but here you have to understand that this is a different form of settlement, not the usual banking form. Therefore, money is not accumulated. When society needs money, the single fund for global financing simply allocates the necessary amount, which goes into circulation. Society is financed without limitations for as much as required for its needs. In the transitional period, money is needed as an exchange fund to limit the wealth so that humanity or a group of people would not build empires and usurp power again. This would create a high standard of living for all people. Let's summarize. In the consumerist format, money is a means to retain power. People try to accumulate it, hide it, take it away, while in the transitional period to the creative society, money is a tool to achieve society's goals. And money is needed only during the transitional period to the creative society, as a temporary measure for 5 to 6 years, and it will not be needed in the future. And later we will explain why. Nowadays, they say that the problem is not money, but its quantity. As we have already understood, In the new economic model, there will be no such problem. But the question is different. Will it lead to inflation? The answer is simple. There will be no inflation at all. It is impossible. In the current economic model, this would indeed lead to skyrocketing prices, hyperinflation. But in the economic model of the transitional period to the creative society, this simply could not happen. Why? Because prices would be fixed worldwide by law for all resources, goods and services. They simply cannot be raised, and this means that inflation cannot be created. But it raises another question. At what level will the prices be fixed? Will the bread cost $1,000? Well, if you make that decision, of course it will, because we will decide as a society anyway. The optimal prices will be calculated using artificial intelligence, considering all the costs and profitability, but the final decision on pricing will be made by people. Therefore, you surely understand we are unlikely to want the bread to cost $1,000. We would rather want it to cost less than it does today. And it will. All prices will be less than they are today. And thanks to what? Because there will be no interest on loans and taxes for medium and small-sized businesses included in the prices. Electricity, water and gas will be free. There will be a single economic environment in the creative society. And the absence of borders means no taxes on exports and imports, no duties, no excise taxes and no customs duties. The introduction of robotics, fuel-free generators and smart logistics will contribute to lower prices for goods. At the same time, quality standards will be equally high for the same goods all over the world. For example, the same hamburger that today costs $6 in America and $1 in Romania will cost, for example, 40 cents worldwide and will be equally delicious and juicy and healthy. Tasty and healthy food will be available to everyone. Right now, in the consumerist economy, 8 billion people is a lot. And in the creative society, 50 billion won't be enough. But even in the transitional period, we will not need to add worms, bugs and other insects to our food, because the production of organic and quality food will increase many times as new technologies are introduced, such as vertical farms, which we already have now, but it is not profitable to introduce them in the farming, in the consumer's format. And in the new model of the economy, it will become completely natural. Today, despite the addition of insects to our food, 2 billion people are starving. And in the transitional period to the creative society, there will be neither hungry nor poor. I am already anticipating your next question. Such a rapid improvement in people's living standards and purchasing power, including an unconditional basic income of $10,000, lower prices and free utility services, won't all this lead to a shortage of products? It won't, but friends, the truth is, not everything is going to be so easy. You will have a new headache, where to spend the $10,000, because the selection of goods and services will be huge. In the transitional period to the creative society, almost immediately you will see a huge increase in economic growth, because people will have enough money and there will be an unconditional basic income, which means that the purchasing power will increase many times over. And this is a massive boost for trade turnover. Moreover, ideal conditions will be created for manufacturers and business. These include interest-free loans, no taxes for small and medium-sized businesses, free water, gas and electricity, access to the latest technology, and most importantly, a great demand for their goods and services. This will be a huge stimulus for them to create more goods, develop and expand. The new economic model is a real paradise for consumers and entrepreneurs. First of all, the absence of taxes for small and medium-sized businesses means not only a reduction in prices, it also means economic freedom. All the money you earn is yours and you are free to spend it as you like. No one will be able to take them away as it is done today through taxation. Taxes will be simply not necessary because there is a wealth cap and funds above a certain amount are already directed towards the needs of society. And this money will anyway be exchanged for goods and services which will make manufacturers themselves richer. This is much more beneficial than taxes. Secondly, loans for small and medium-sized businesses will be interest-free. You can take out a loan and develop your business, but this does not mean that you can borrow without limit and not pay it back. Obviously, there will be a mechanism for control. Of course, you have an obligation to repay the loan. No one will allow anyone to live off their back. It is not good for someone to live off the president's back. And considering that each person is the president, you cannot get a free ride on anyone. But on the plus side, no one can get a free ride on you. And thirdly, another key benefit for business is the economic model itself. It will be structured in such a way that any entrepreneur will always know what is in demand. This will be possible because we will use a planned economy model, which will be calculated using artificial intelligence on a global level. This means that any businessman can always visit the electoral platform and, with the help of artificial intelligence, find out what will be the demand for their goods and services in a particular location. Artificial intelligence will help them process the data and make the right choice so that their business becomes profitable and successful. For example, you have decided to open a coffee shop. You can go to the electoral platform and see how many coffee shops are in your area, how busy they are, and if there are already 2 half-empty coffee shops, it would be foolish to open a third one. Such a business will fail on its own and harm others. At the same time, the artificial intelligence will prompt you that there is no bakery in this area. Therefore, opening a bakery will be profitable. This way, you get to understand which profitable business you can open for the benefit of yourself and society. Moreover, when starting a business, the same artificial intelligence will offer you options for premises, purchasing goods at the most favorable price in nearby places to reduce logistics costs. It will connect you with a logistics company, calculate the required loan amount, if one is needed, and also calculate the cost of necessary repairs of the premises. Find the companies that will do the repairs at the most advantageous price. Find options for design solutions and propose the necessary employee candidates in the required location. All on a turnkey basis. At the same time, it is you who chooses from the options suggested by AI, and all final decisions are up to you. The same artificial intelligence will calculate how much time it will take from the moment you apply on the electoral platform for your business to start making a profit. Additionally, the AI will calculate the necessary number of employees and help you draft their schedule. This is very useful considering that the work week will be 4 days, 4 hours a day, meaning that in order to cover 12 hours of daily work for that very coffee shop, 3 people per day are needed per shift. Of course, after this, many people will say that everyone will become an entrepreneur. They won't, because running a business requires a certain character, motivation, responsibility, time commitment, and most importantly, organizational skills. For many, and this is the overwhelming majority, it is much easier to go to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, receive a good salary in addition to the universal basic income, and enjoy life, rather than continue developing their business and work on it almost 24 hours a day, despite all the help from AI. Even if artificial intelligence does the calculations for you, it's still up to you to do the work. AI will help you launch the business and assist you in the process, but it is you who will run the business. Communicating with customers, overseeing production, the responsibility for all this will be on you, right down to picking out the design, starting from the smallest details in the process of launching the business. There is no getting away from it. You will be engaged 24 hours a day, despite the simplicity and ease of the process. And it is up to you to decide whether to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, or to be an entrepreneur. Some people want to earn more, while others are satisfied with their salary and a free, wonderful life. Naturally, All of these conditions, such as no taxes, interest-free loans, understandable demand, etc., will have a positive impact on increasing wages. Wages will need to be increased regularly because companies will need skilled workers to meet the growing demand for goods and services. Since unconditional basic income allows even those who used to be low-income individuals to purchase quality goods, there will be an increase in the number of companies needing employees to meet this demand. For example, let's consider a medium-sized business. A person has an enterprise with 200 to 300 employees and a turnover of several tens of millions of dollars. They don't have to pay taxes. All the money earned belongs to them. And of course, they will raise wages, because competition for specialists in the labor market will be high. While unemployment will inevitably increase in today's world, in the creative society, on the contrary, there will be competition for good workers. They will be needed. And we come to another often asked question. Will people want to work if they already have a comfortable life provided by universal basic income of $10,000? People will still work because a $120,000 universal basic income per year for a person is just an average level of prosperity. Few people want to be in the middle class. People strive to live better. For example, if a person wants a new good car, then to buy it, they will have to live on just their basic income for several years. Wouldn't it be easier to go to work to buy their dream car faster? In this case, a person could earn an additional $5,000 to $10,000 or more per month, and in a year they could save up for their dream car and drive it to the job they love. You will also want good watches, a good phone, and a new laptop. Why? Because you have the opportunity to buy them. You will want to go to a good restaurant. You will be too lazy to cook, and you will go to a restaurant near your home to eat there. This requires money, and this is a good incentive to work. Not to mention that the transitional period to a creative society implies working for 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, and having 2 months of paid vacation and high salaries worldwide. Furthermore, thanks to the implementation of new technologies, boring professions and hard labor will gradually disappear. People will have much more interesting work to do because there will be many new professions that will reveal their potential and talents. Everyone will be able to easily and freely learn a new trade or train for a new profession. Thus, we understand that people will have all the conditions to earn themselves a good house and even more than one, any car or real estate. And then this question arises, what about private property? Everything a person earns, up to the wealth cap, belongs to them, their house, their yard, their car, and so on. An entrepreneur's private property may include a store, service areas, manufacturing, restaurants, cafes, and the like. But all minerals and resources of the earth will belong to the entire society. It is thanks to this that electricity, water, and gas will be free for people and small and medium-sized businesses. Thus, the new economic model creates all the conditions for the maximum development of both businesses and entrepreneurship, as well as the development of every individual and society as a whole. One more reason why the world economy will become many times more efficient in the transitional period to the creative society is the use of a planned economy at the global level. Just think how much unnecessary money and resources are now spent on overproduction, as well as on liquidation of finished products in order to increase the value of the remaining products. And yet, at a time when a third of the ready-to-eat products are being destroyed, there are countries where people have never ever tried these products. Meanwhile, those countries have things that are needed in other countries. The new model of the economy will solve this problem with smart planning and smart logistics. Logistics will be calculated by experts with the help of artificial intelligence in order to efficiently redistribute goods so that everyone will have the opportunity to buy everything they need. In the model of the transitional period to the creative society, there is no limit to improving human life. It will be possible and necessary to improve life, but prohibited to make it worse, and it will be fixed at the legislative level. Remember, the highest value in the world will be human life and his benefits. Well, friends, let's sum it up. Now you understand how the economic model of the transitional period to the creative society works. It provides everyone with the high standard of living. This includes a monthly unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000, fixed prices for all goods, high level of wages, free and high quality healthcare, education, and excellent conditions for business development. What's more, there's only a part of its advantages over the current consumerist format of economy. The absence of wars, inflation, crisis, and stable income, all of this makes society healthier, and this is extremely important. There's no need to commit crimes, no reason to risk a happy life. The simple question is, what for? When human life comes first, the world changes drastically. Your happy life is what you will treasure. These are your opportunities, and these are the opportunities for the entire civilization. Today, humanity stands at the threshold of controlling matter. This is the reality of today. Only minor gaps in understanding separate us from controlling matter. The only thing we really lack to fill these gaps and make a scientific breakthrough is scientists from around the world working together in this direction with unlimited funding. And this will be possible from the very first days of the transitional period to the creative society. And most importantly, unlimited funding for science is the only chance to eliminate the climate threat, because this is the top priority vital issue today. As early as this stage, we will be able to save the planet from climate collapse and launch the processes to solve environmental problems. The transitional period will take about 5 to 6 years. After its completion, we will enter the creative society. And the creative society is a world of incredible possibilities where the latest technologies will be available. The health capsule will allow everyone to extend their lives beyond the species limit and live in a healthy and young body for at least 1,500 years. The replicator is the technology that will enable us to create anything from the tiniest particles, manipulating matter at the quantum level. These technologies will be in every home. And that's the answer to why we will no longer need money. The creative society solves all our economic problems and opens up a new world of incredible opportunities where you can unlock your true potential. If you want to live in such a world, it is now important to act together with millions of people. You and I are now launching a worldwide demand for the creative society, which will very soon become the main trend of humanity if each of us takes an active part in this first and most difficult stage of building the creative society, the stage of informing. In one way or another, each of us is suffering in the economic model of the consumerist format. But we are searching for a way out within the familiar paradigm. However, the way out is only in the creative society. Therefore, for those who understand what the way out is, it is important to tell others about it. Creative society will open up perspectives for growth and development of each individual and of society as a whole. This is what will make us free. In the consumerist format, there can be no real freedom for a person. There's always the exploitation of the majority by a few individuals. But even those few individuals are themselves enslaved by this format. Therefore, not a single person has freedom in the consumerist society. It is only in the creative society that the person can attain true freedom.
It is marvelous. It is incredible. It is an entirely new and excellent model of economy. And when the world's top economies come together during this transition period, a fully functional economic model will be created based on this concept, which will serve us, people.
I'm so tired of paying these endless bills. The only thing left for us to do now is to try and save on food. Unthinkable, but that's our reality today. And this is at a time when we hear news about the release of some new, super modern technology almost every day. But are they available to us now? What good is this news to me if my family and I, like most Italians, continue struggling to barely make ends meet?
Exactly. Look at the energy industry. The largest bills we receive today are for electricity. It's unimaginable. And it's no secret that there's technology available to generate energy without fuels. Free energy that could completely change our lives.
Who will ever allow us to introduce fuel-free generators into the current consumerist format of society? It would disrupt the massive green energy business where only a few profiteer, and we, ordinary Italians, suffer more and more.
We have conducted a detailed analysis of the green reforms, highlighting their utopian nature. And now I will prove it to you. While you listen, please write in the comments below the video. Would you like your home to be powered by a fuel-free generator? Today, every Italian can see that any climatic event can turn into a catastrophe right before their eyes. Imagine that a flood, hailstorm, tornado, earthquake, or the ash emissions from a volcano destroyed the entire infrastructure for miles, and miraculously, you are still alive. The first thing you will have to face is the lack of vital resources like water and heating, because all industries rely on electricity. In fact, to devastate a region, you can shut off electricity for only 3 days, and epidemics will take care of the rest. Without electricity, everything that supports the infrastructure that sustains a community comes to a halt. I hope you do realize how much our lives depends on energy. Let us now discuss our country's energy system. In Italy, there are 100 power plants fueled either by coal or by natural gas, along with 92 solar plants and 1,913 wind farms. There are no nuclear power plants since all 4 were shut down and dismantled in the 1990s, following the 1987 referendum that brought an end to the Italian nuclear program. Italy's energy dependence is one of the highest in Europe. Given the current climate situation, this is more than alarming. While researching this topic, I found that Italy relies on foreign sources for over 77% of the energy we consume. That is also the reason why the cost of energy in Italy is among the highest in Europe. Like other EU countries, Italy is actively engaged in the CO2 agenda. We aim to achieve the European goal of reducing CO2 emissions by 55% by 2030. Focusing on either energy efficiency or renewable sources. Between 2008 and 2014, there was a significant growth in these sources, with national green energy production doubling. Many see this as a well-intentioned objective. However, increasing renewable electricity production will have a significant impact on the distribution network. This in itself will lead to disruptions in electricity supply. Since we'll have 2 networks essentially performing the same functions, differing only in voltage levels at which they operate. Keeping them separate will require developing a coordination procedure between transmission and distribution networks to ensure the stability of the entire power supply system, which is not an easy task to accomplish. An alternative solution is to transfer the management of these two networks to a single operator. However, there is a conflict of interest between the two major electricity providers and the renewable energy communities. Unfortunately, in a consumer-oriented society, the interests of the country's residents are not always the top priority. In this case, there is an insurmountable political obstacle to creating a single national electricity network, which, as it turns out, by the way, is not in the best technical condition either. As time passes in our country, the conditions are increasingly being created to make access to energy complex unstable, bureaucratic, and also highly inefficient. Moreover, of course, the icing on the cake is that it is very expensive. Wasn't it easier when we had a state monopoly like Enel? Personally, I think it was. Another goal set for us by the European Commission is to completely switch over from internal combustion engine cars to electric cars by 2035. Battery production for these electric cars had already started in our country, but the project for the facility was suspended due to issues of connecting to the electrical grid in the intended plant construction area. Now, let us consider the situation of electric cars from a purely mathematical perspective. For example, a 2019 study from the Polytechnic University of Milan provides data whose conclusions are still relevant today. The study takes as an example an electric car that travels 11,000 kilometers per year and has an average consumption of 16 kilowatt per 100 kilometers. Therefore, this car would consume 1,760 kilowatt in a year. The average Italian family consumes about 2,700 kilowatt per year, so an electric car consumes 65% of what an average Italian family consumes. This represents an additional load on the electrical grid. And, let's be honest, the current Italian grid will not be able to handle the power needed to recharge millions of electric cars. The Polytechnic University suggests an average charging capacity of 100 kilowatt for fast direct current chargers. If 185,000 electric vehicles are being charged simultaneously and 100 kilowatt, the required energy consumption will be 18.5 gigawatt. Considering that the average electricity consumption in Italy is 55 gigawatt, it turns out that 33% of this power will be dedicated solely to car charging. The same applies on local scale. Charging 50 cars simultaneously would require 5 megawatt, an energy capacity sufficient to strain an entire neighborhood. I'm just a simple engineer, and I really can understand why many of my more renowned colleagues aren't speaking out about the complete failure of the plan that suggests electric cars. How will we generate the electrical power for these cars? What will we do with the batteries when they need to be disposed of? It's just an infeasible plan being sold to us as a solution. It's the same old story. The bigger the lie, the easier it is for the public to believe it. Now let's take a look at the green energy sector. Here the situation is even more intriguing, and of course, the corrupt journalists artificially pushing the green agenda won't tell these to us. From 2005 to 2015, there was an increase in the installation of renewable energy sources in Italy, particularly solar and wind. Currently, we have around 20 gigawatt of solar energy and 11 gigawatt of wind energy. However, this boom was made possible due to bonuses and subsidies for installation, which had been heavily implemented until 2013. After this period, the growth came to a halt. Currently, solar energy has become mandatory by law, for example, in public buildings. The same can be said for the evolution of wind energy. nearly 11 gigawatt of installed wind energy, but they on average only produces 3 to 4 gigawatt per hour, with a very low efficiency factor of 25%. Following the end of the phase of economic incentives that artificially boosted the number of solar and wind electricity generating plants, we have now entered the legal phase of transitioning to renewable energy sources, aiming to compel the market to legally shift towards green energy. The European Commission and individual countries, including Italy, have started enacting a series of laws to force and mandate the transition to the so-called green energy. The justification behind these laws is the same narrative that CO2 is the cause of climate change. And to save the planet, we must abandon traditional energy sources and switch to solar and wind energy. Forcing us to transition to green energy is an unreasonable race, driven solely by the slogan "Save the planet," and doesn't make sense, even from an economic standpoint. Let's try to understand why, from both an economic and technical perspective, the Green Revolution is not, so to speak, reliable. From a technical standpoint, the supply of renewable energy is very unstable. Take solar energy, for example. We can install up to 90 gigawatt of solar energy, but we'll always face a problem that sun doesn't shine at night, and its efficiency decreases by 4 to 5 times in winter. Efficiency also decreases at high temperatures. And with climate change, anomalies will occur more frequently. Take a look at the electricity production graph in Italy, available in real time on the Terna website. Solar energy works only when the sun is shining. And what happens when the sun isn't there? 85% of the energy is still produced from traditional sources, which means approximately half of a typical day's production comes from conventional sources. Furthermore, two interesting electricity components are present in the graph. The first is self-consumption, mainly using gas for local cogeneration. And the second is imported electricity, primarily nuclear energy from other European countries. As you know, these energy sources are banned in Italy, by the way. From a technical standpoint, to make solar and wind energy work would require very challenging, perhaps unattainable conditions. The first condition is to increase solar energy generation to a level where it produces the energy needed during the night. The second condition is to double the instantaneous bandwidth of the transmission network. The third condition is to make the transmission network highly flexible and capable of handling the constant fluctuations in energy productions, the so-called smart grid. The fourth condition is the ability to store all this energy. While points 1, 2, and 3 are theoretically achievable, albeit at very high cost and with lengthy implementation times, and fourth point, energy storage, is currently not feasible. The technology to store this amount of energy is impossible to achieve. The paradox of the rush toward renewable energy is the lack of energy storage systems, both in Italy and worldwide. Today in the world, there are power plants with storage capacities in the megawatt-hour range. The largest is in Australia, capable of storing around 300 megawatt-hours. Imagine that Italy alone, as was estimated, will need to store a much larger amount of energy by 2030, approximately 93 gigawatt-hours. Moreover, these 93 gigawatt-hours would barely cover 2 hours of electricity demand in Italy. We are chasing after solar and wind energy, which are unstable and require storage, whereas reliable storage technology is very challenging to develop. Now let's clarify another point that makes all of this physically impossible to achieve, even if we truly wanted to. Every kilowatt-hour of a battery contains about 150 grams of lithium and 450 grams of cobalt. Therefore, theoretically, to produce storage with a capacity of up to 90 gigawatt-hours, according to the National Environmental Transition Plan, we would need about 13,500 tons of lithium and 40,000 tons of cobalt. So, for just 2 hours of energy consumption in Italy, we need such large quantities of these rare minerals. However, since the night lasts at least 6 hours, we actually need at least 3 times that amount, 40,500 tons of lithium, which corresponds to 50% of the world's production of this mineral, and 120,000 tons of cobalt, which corresponds to 100% of the world annual cobalt production. And let me remind you that we Italians represent only 1.65% of the world's population. Taking into account all the countries involved in the race for batteries, the entire world's lithium and cobalt won't be enough. Not to mention electric cars, which also have batteries made with the same minerals and will be mandatory throughout Europe by 2035. Let's set aside, for now, the environmental consequences of the theoretical extraction of these rare minerals from our planet's crust, which are already depleted due to human activity. These calculations demonstrate that the quantity of rare minerals like lithium and cobalt will never be sufficient to create energy storage systems, neither in Italy nor in the world. In conclusion, the so-called green energy transition is not available to the general public. Despite this, it is legally binding for our country. We are already seeing the consequences in the form of rising prices and poor services. The question is, what happens if they actually do it? It seems like a crazy world to me. Or dumped to landfills because it costs 10 times less than recycling. Furthermore, solar panel waste is 300 times more toxic than nuclear waste and can end up in groundwater, negatively affecting human health. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Another example is wind turbines. Observations show that wind turbines for the local climate. They also generate low-frequency noise that is harmful to the health of nearby residents and has a negative impact on the ecosystem. That being said, we haven't even mentioned maintenance, which involves the construction of special vessels, expensive maintenance elevators, and constant blade replacement. A single wind farm requires more than 350 tons of lubricants during its operation, which is equivalent to 6 tanker train cars, which, by the way, are also produced from non-renewable resources of the planet. Take another example, electric cars. Just think about this. Child labor is used in underground mines in the Congo for cobalt production, and this is happening in the 21st century. Considering all of these, we must collectively address the question: should we actively develop alternative energy technologies when they have so many disadvantages? This information is truly shocking. After that, one realizes that green energy not only fails to be green, but further worsens the planet's ecology. Let's think about who has an interest in promoting their green energy agenda. And now let's get back to the absurd green reform. The cost of this environmental transition is enormous for our country and for all of us. Let's see how much this plan to transition to so-called green energy sources will cost Italy alone. We still need to install 6 gigawatts of solar panels panels, we currently have only 25 gigawatt, and these alone will cost 210 billion euros. Then we need to install another 40-50 gigawatt of wind energy, which will cost approximately 150 billion euros. We also need to modernize the transmission grid, and there aren't even estimates of the costs, and install a minimum of 200 gigawatt hours, 4 to 5 reserve in the Italian system of energy storage, which we haven't even invented yet. Now, let me tell you about a recent news incident from late June 2023. Progressive green energy couldn't withstand the weather. A massive hailstorm destroyed most of the 14,000 solar panels with a capacity of 5.2 megawatt on a farm in Scottsbluff, United States. Countries worldwide are trying to transition to renewable energy sources, even for economic reasons. But it's not the first time that such projects have proven unreliable in times of disasters. Many have already realized that not only hail, but also tornadoes, dust storms, floods, sinkholes, and other catastrophes will certainly make green energy highly unreliable, if not impossible. Thus, in Italy, as in Europe, there is a push toward highly unreliable energy sources, and the myth of solar panels, wind energy, and of course, the war on CO2 is being pursued. Currently, under the pretext of the greenhouse effect caused by human activity, a whole series of new European laws are being introduced to mandate the installation of green technologies. The first European law is already in effect. By 2035, all cars must be electric. For Italy, this poses a highly complex technical problem, almost impossible to solve from an energy perspective. If we were to convert 40 million cars, approximately 100% of the national car fleet, we would need about 400 gigawatt hours of additional energy per day compared to today. This represents a 50% increase in energy demand within 10 years when we will have completed the transition mentioned above. So where will all this energy come from? It turns out that the law was passed without any technical justification. One has to wonder about the competence of those individuals who passed these laws. Furthermore, another detail that demonstrates the incompetence or malice of the system: the law only applies to passenger transport, meaning cars. Can you guess why it doesn't apply to road freight transport? Do you know what percentage of emissions are due to truck transport? It's 27% of the total. So switching light vehicles to electricity doesn't solve much. The second law concerns the forced retrofitting of homes, which must be carbon neutral. It seems like they want to speculate on our homes and pay from all of us. They have devised a European law with the noble goal of making our homes green and emissions-free. For Italian families, this means spending many thousands of euros to modernize their homes. Moreover, many Italian families live in ancient historic centers, so the modernization will cost even more. If the conversion is not carried out, non-green homes cannot be sold and will therefore lose value, and by a considerable amount. Since 80% of the housing stock in Italy is privately owned, and many families are already facing a severe economic crisis, this means they won't be able to make their homes eco-friendly. Homes will naturally decrease in value, making Italian families even poorer, worsening the economic crisis. But the most absurd thing about the transition to green energy is that we are doing it only in Europe, the United States, and Australia, whereas these countries represent a population of only 800 million people, while the other 7.2 billion people are not joining us in this race. Let's take into account the strong growth of the global economy. Even if we were to close all factories and hold all production across the entire European continent right now, it wouldn't have a significant on CO2 emissions globally, because our economy is just a part of the larger global economic system. Of course, the Western world, as usual, wants to set an example for the rest of the world. However, under this pretext, a colossal planetary business has been created out of thin air, leading to enrichment of the elites who control green energy and restriction of energy accessibility for ordinary people, making them even more controllable. Unfortunately, Italy has become a very passive country, and even among ordinary scientists, there is a lack of courage to declare the inadequacy of this idea and the economic catastrophe that the race for green energy will bring. And of course, this doesn't solve the main problem humanity is facing, the climate change. Friends, right now, we are making a decision. Either this chaos will continue and our energy will become more and more expensive, ultimately leading to the collapse of the entire energy system due to the climate crisis. And because of that, we simply won't survive, or we change the format of society to a creative one. And then, naturally, the energy problem will also be solved, and it will be solved gradually. At first, we'll stay on traditional energy sources to overcome all cataclysms. Simultaneously with these, new sources of energy will be introduced, and eventually we will get the desired technology like fuel-free generators, which are actually a reality today. Right now, together, we're making a decision whether to let things continue to go down the drain or to realize our responsibility and use this opportunity to change everything.
You have just heard a detailed account of the energy situation based on facts. Now let's ask ourselves, what can we, what citizens, do?
The problem is that we underestimate the power of our unity. If everyone supports the development of the creative model and spread this information further, then very quickly important transformations will begin in our world. In the creative format of society, everything will take place, and together we will take care of it. Today, it's the only constructive solution, allowing to address the energy problem and more. If you wonder who will allow us to implement it, I'll tell you this. No matter what games the elites play, when people unite, the elite becomes powerless. The only power they fear is the unity of all people.
Dear Luca, thank you for explaining the absurdity of this green idea, and we have to pay for this madness at a time when a hurricane can smash to smithereens the entire green energy industry and leave us without electricity.
Not to mention hail, the size of baseballs, and floods that inundate entire cities. How can that windmill or that glass solar panel help us when everything around us is washed away by water or bombarded by hail?
Yes, it's an absurd decision. At a time when the FFG technology already exists that could provide free electricity to all Italians, one small box can already generate electricity for an entire house or a car. Can you imagine the possibilities it offers us?
But it cannot be implemented as long as we live in the consumerist format of society.
The FFG fuel-free generator is only possible in the creative society. Let's see why.
Power industry, this is something which without our civilization cannot exist. But how much efforts do we invest and what factors do we depend on to produce and generate power for our well-being?
Hydrocarbon energy. Nuclear power. Hydroelectric power.
green energy. What's happening, guys? The forest shut down again? Right now, we are totally dependent on our planet's non-renewable resources or weather conditions for our power industry. In the pursuit of producing more power, we are destroying nature. Also, we are jeopardizing our own lives. Is this the limit of our dreams and technological capabilities? We need a new technological leap, and we are able to do it now, but only on one condition. First, let's understand how realistic such a leap is and what benefits each person would gain from it. Fuel-free generators, what are they? Let's start by comparing them with traditional generators.
Internal combustion engines and nuclear reactors require a constant supply of fuel to convert thermal energy into electricity. Green energy requires winds or clear skies. Gasoline and nuclear fuel are finite. The sun, wind, and water are unstable, whereas engines based on these operating principles have low efficiency. What does this mean? For example, an engine has combusted 100 megajoules of fuel, and from this energy, the engine has delivered 30 megajoules into the mechanism for operation. Thus, the efficiency will be 30%. The remaining 70% of the energy will be lost as heat to the surrounding space.
The efficiency of traditional energy sources is extremely low.
Efficiency of thermal power plants, up to 43%. Efficiency of internal combustion engines, up to 40%. Efficiency of nuclear power, up to 35%. Efficiency of solar panels, up to 22%.
Even if we go to the most efficient hydroelectric power plant, we can see that its efficiency is no more than 85%. And at the same time, we lose most of this energy while we are transporting it to the end consumer. Because it's impossible for us to implement and put hydroelectric power plant in every home. It's possible for us to equip every home with an FFG. The fuel-free generators requires energy only for its startup, and then it operates autonomously, which means the efficiency of fuel-free energy is greater than 100%. Thus, FFG is not a perpetual motion machine, since it requires an input of energy, but a smaller amount than what it produces. An obvious question arises: how energy then would be generated if no fuel required for that?
We know from the school physics class that according to the law of energy conservation, we can't get more network output than we had spent on it. But this law only works in a closed systems. Whereas FFG is an open system and it receives energy from the surrounding space. Scientists of the Russian Academy of Sciences experimentally confirmed that, for example, during the operation of magnetic FFGs, the space around the generator does not heat up but cools down. Instead, there are many myths and fakes around this technology that discredit the very existence of FFGs. Someone tries to make money from selling fake devices. Real inventors are being intimidated and even physically eliminated. Many developments were stolen or destroyed. Why is this happening? Energy is not only a tool of manipulation, but also a tool of political influence. It brings billions of dollars in profits for energy corporations, which will be gone instantly with the implementation of FFGs. Consequently, their power over us, those who buy energy and depend on this resource, will disappear too.
However, despite all the obstacles, we have working devices from officially recognized inventors. Let's take a look at some of these developments.
Magnetic generator, Its original inventor is considered to be John Searle, who used custom-made magnets in his machines. Since 2019, based on a similar technology by the inventor, Dennis Danzig, a U.S. company has been supplying power to its customers using plants with a capacity of up to 25 kilowatts.
Since 2019, no longer science fiction. Only those who are far from science and do not monitor new technologies laugh on FFGs as a fiction. Therefore, those who make fun at FFGs, themselves and others. Let's continue.
A whole range of fuel-free generators was developed in Ukraine. The principle of operations of these generators was based on a looped electromagnetic gun, a pulse power system. For example, one of the systems produced 25 kilowatt of free energy on a conventional generator with an input of 3 kilowatt. The efficiency is 833%. Gravity generators. In one type of such machines, the pneumohydraulic principle is used. The generator runs on the buoyant force of water according to Archimedes' law. The output of such units depend on their size. The most famous generator of this type is called kinetic power plant. It is also known as Roche generator. Such generators are produced by a German company which has branches in Mexico, Serbia, Switzerland, and Colombia. According to official expertise, the compressor of the generator of one of its units consumes 4.5 kilowatt, while a generator itself produces 11 kilowatt of electricity. That is, the efficiency is more than 200%. How much is that? Is a typical country home power consumption? 6 kilowatts per hour. Radio wave generators. Their inventor is Maxwell Chikumbutso from Zimbabwe. He is called the African Tesla, a very compact African tech possible, not only to create a free energy generator, but also to upgrade a car so that it could move without fuel or recharging. As a result, even a helicopter was upgraded. Recently, the inventor presented a very small 500-watt power generator. Its output allows you to power a widescreen TV from free energy. And there are dozens of less-known inventions in different countries. In the USA, Malaysia, Georgia, India, Turkey, Japan, Uzbekistan, Mexico, New Zealand, and many other countries, there are research teams developing fuel-free generators.
How is that, you may ask, and how it's possible to launch these technologies? How inventors are still alive and their generators are not yet been destroyed?
That's because they get energy for free and sell it to consumers for money, while the generators themselves cost crazy money. The percentage of people currently receiving energy from these systems is negligible compared to all of humanity. Therefore, FFGs that are actually working now are in no way helping all people to become energy independent.
So why isn't this amazing technology available for everyone in the world? Because we are living in a consumerist format of society.
If FFGs are introduced all over the world without changing the format of society, will result in a big disaster. Millions of people will lose their jobs. Everyone who is involved in the power industry, from CEOs to janitors. This will inevitably lead to a collapse of the economic system, growth of unemployment, poverty, crime, and chaos. But when we gradually change the consumerist format to a creative one, then a new economic system will allow us to introduce FFGs everywhere. All power plants, factories, mines, dams, oil pipelines that harm the environment and pose a threat to people will be shut down. We will use hydrocarbons more efficiently instead of just burning them. While people working in the energy sector, just like every person on the planet, will be provided with a universal basic income, they will be able to easily shift into any other field of activity, being protected and well provided by the society.
So let's see how the world will be like in the creative society after the introduction of the FFGs in all the spheres of life.
Humanity will have a source of free, stable, safe, and environmentally friendly energy. Pay for it anymore. No more energy bills and utility bills. Each home will have its own compact autonomous generator of electricity and heating. This will make us independent from the centralized energy system, which is very important in the period of escalating climate disasters. Cars will no longer need to be refueled, and we will not be limited in traveling anywhere in the world. Fuel-free generators will be installed not only in houses and cars, but also in helicopters, airplanes, ships, and space stations. Robots and automatic systems that do all the hard work will be powered with an uninterrupted energy supply of the necessary capacity. Our planet will become free of the wires and pipelines that entangle it.
Free energy is one of the conditions for the transition of a civilization for a new evolutionary stage. During this transition period of creative society, energy will be available and free for everyone, everywhere inside the world. If you want FFG to be installed in your house and in your car, support creative society and tell your friends about it.
The FFG is a highly significant development for all of humanity. However, as we've seen, it can only be used for the benefit of all people within the creative society model. This is a technology that will solve an enormous number of problems for both the individual and all of humanity.
Indeed, it will spare us so many headaches and nerves caused by the fear of running out of money. After all, today we've created a world in which money rules. The FFG and other technologies of the creative society will solve not only the problems.
Thank you for giving me the floor, dear friends. My name is Flaviano, and I live in Bari. I'd like to start by saying that I love Italy very much because it's my homeland, my history, and my culture. I love Italy for our people, for their kindness, hospitality, humor, their passion for life, and their ability to find joy in small things. I love Italy for its soul, its sense of beauty, for such values as family, friendship, love, care, and responsiveness, care and readiness to help. This is what I love so much about the Italian people. Unfortunately, however, this also brings something that concerns me deeply, just as it concerns millions of other Italians. For several years now, I have been wondering, why do we, Italians, who by nature are very caring and supportive people, have a healthcare system that is so inefficient and substandard, due to which sometimes we are not even able to help each other? I'm sure many of my fellow countrymen understand me well now. The crisis in the Italian healthcare system is a lack of medical personnel, a shortage and unequal distribution of access to medical services among regions. Today, I want to talk about what the real cause of the healthcare crisis we are all experiencing is, and how this problem can be solved. I'll start with a little story that I'm sure will be familiar to most Italian families. One day, my son wakes up with a high fever, and it's flu season. I can see he's very unwell and realize he needs a doctor. And here already I'm faced with a problem. People from any other country would What's the problem, Flaviano? Take your son to a pediatrician. But it's not that simple, friends. I am Italian, and I understand perfectly well that if I were to take a child with a fever of 38.5 degrees Celsius to a state-run clinic, would be welcomed by mile-long lines, and we would have to wait for several hours, and we might not even get into the doctor's office. Because Italy has a catastrophic shortage of pediatricians. According to statistics, there's an average of 985 children for every pediatrician in our country. The health report, Health Thermometer, gives us this number, 985. It's madness. Just think about it. Approximately 1,000 children for every doctor. And what does this mean? It means that during the periods of acute flu outbreaks, when the workload is particularly heavy, a doctor can receive 100 to 200 calls a day. Even if a doctor worked 24 hours a day, they wouldn't be able to see even half of the children who urgently need help. It's clear that the doctor is not only unable to help patients qualitatively, but also cannot do this physically. The same report contains equally grim statistics about general practitioners, that is, family doctors. It states that each general practitioner, on average, serves more than 1,000 citizens, while older, highly qualified doctors often reach or even exceed the threshold of 1,500 patients. Do you think a physician with this workload would be available for an emergency call? And how much time could they dedicate to the patient? Certainly, not as much time as needed. And of course, most of the patients assigned to them will not be able to reach them, and those who do may not receive sufficient high-quality medical care. Furthermore, this report highlights another depressing fact. For about 3 million Italians, there are simply no doctors, simply not enough of them. This is a huge number. It turns out that for 3 million inhabitants in Italy, doctors are generally not provided. And for the rest of the population, only the most tenacious, if lucky, can reach doctors after long waiting lists, especially when it comes to visiting specialists or undergoing complex examinations. Simply put, there are not enough doctors to fill all the vacancies that arise when other doctors retire, resign, or simply leave the country. Yes, this is also a problem. 10% of family doctor positions are vacant, partly due to insufficient salaries. Many doctors leave for other countries to get better pay because they are paid more for the same work in other countries. Or dissatisfied doctors stay in Italy, but take another step. They engage in private practice, open private clinics. One can understand the doctors who act in this way. There is less work and more income. And here I come back to the story of my son with a hyphen and the choice I have in front of me: to take him with a fever of 38.5 degrees to the medical office, where there are long lines, or to call a private doctor and pay 50 or even 100 euros for the visit. A significant amount, considering that the average salary in Italy for 2022 was 1,300 euros. And if you add costs of medications not covered by the National Health Service, diagnostics, and repeated doctor visits, of course, you can't save on your child's health. You just have to realize that it's a substantial sum. However, with this amount, you at least have a guaranteed possibility of receiving medical care. It's natural then that the trend shows more and more Italians turning to private healthcare to address health issues. But unfortunately, this means that even for not very serious illnesses, the entire budget of an Italian family can be at risk of being spent on medications, and often it may not even be sufficient. What's even more sad is that those Italians who don't have the money to afford private healthcare are left without the necessary help because their turn will never come in state institutions, or they will have to wait in great agony to get there. I remember when a friend of mine had surgery on her arm. She was discharged the same day. The next day, I accompanied her to the hospital for a dressing change. She had a high fever and severe arm pain since she had been anesthetized the day before and didn't feel well. We waited in line for 5 hours for the dressing change. Imagine how unwell she felt. And this isn't the worst case, because she eventually received care. But there are so many people who haven't. And I'm sure any Italian can tell many similar stories. It's obvious that human life in the current format of consumer society is not a top priority and, unfortunately, is not valued at all. In Italy, public spending accounts for a significant share in the total healthcare expenditure and goes to the national health. And herein lies a paradox of the modern consumer society. A conscientious Italian works honestly, receiving a salary from which a tax is regularly paid to the treasury. The amount of tax paid by him is also allocated to healthcare, i.e., the state undertakes to provide him with free medical care. But when this conscientious Italian needs this very help from the medical state institution, he simply cannot get it. This is helplessness. Unfortunately, I must point out that Italy has one of the lowest rates of healthcare financing in Europe. In addition, in Italy, there is a big difference in the quality and accessibility of healthcare between the northern and southern regions. Medical staff and equipment are particularly lacking in the southern and island regions. As a consequence of this medical crisis, in 2022, a third of Italians, approximately 20 million people, read that they had to refuse medical services and/or surgeries because of hours-long queues, months-long waits, and inaccessibility of medical facilities. And, by the way, their inaccessibility is also a great trouble. Italy has a very high rate of reduction of health facilities. In the last 10 years, 125 hospitals have been closed in our country. The number of emergency stations is also decreasing, and they are also critically understaffed. I know firsthand that people wait hours at emergency stations for their turn for medical care and checkups. When my son had his eyebrow smashed, an ambulance picked us up, and we waited 4 hours at that emergency room for a doctor. I saw a huge number of people suffering, crying, moaning. It was just chaos there because there were not enough doctors. I had a legitimate question. Is this really an ambulance where quick help is provided? What does it mean to wait in an emergency room for 3 to 4 or more hours with acute pain, fractures, or injuries. And sometimes people with such symptoms have to go to another city or region because there is only one hospital for a large number of settlements. Again, helplessness. And this whole picture is aggravated by the disappointing statistics on the disease growth. In particular, in 2022 in Italy, an increase in the number of diagnoses of various forms of cancer was recorded. And in addition, in the summer of 2023, Italian hospitals recorded a sharp increase in the number of emergency room visits due to health problems caused by the heat wave. Temperatures in Rome reached plus 41.8 degrees Celsius in July. 23 cities have declared a red alert level related to the heat wave. Doctors note that such climatic changes are especially dangerous for the elderly and people with chronic diseases. And we, knowing what is happening to the climate of our planet, understand perfectly well that extreme phenomena will increase. The conditions for people's survival will only get worse and more unbearable. Will we be able to cope with it, with such a state of healthcare as we have now, with kilometer-long queues, lack of hospitals, medical staff, and medical specialists? What will we do when the number of sick people grows due to fires, floods, and volcanic eruptions? Unfortunately, we will have to face this. We understand perfectly well that in the consumerist format of society, where human life is not valued, we cannot guarantee the survival of ourselves and our children. The consumerist format and lack of value of life is the reason for the poor state of our healthcare. Today, unfortunately, we are hostages of the consumerist format, where everyone suffers: doctors, patients, and each of us, including our children. But we are human beings. Care and mutual assistance are inherent in us by nature, especially in us, Italians. Therefore, we just need to create other conditions of the society that allow us to show our best human qualities. We need a format of society that allows us to be human. But I care about my and my children's future, as do many people around the world, as well as many Italians. That's why we are, and that's why we are talking about a way out, about changing the very format of society from a consumer society to a creative society, in which human life is the top value. What does the format of the creative society mean for human health and life? Already in the transition period to the creative society, decent healthcare, free of charge and of high quality, will be available to every person on the planet. Healthcare will work to prevent diseases, and doctors will be paid equally high salaries in all parts of the world according to their qualifications. And they will not be interested in moving because of their salary, which means that there will be no lack of specialists in any country. In addition, doctors will be interested in treating everyone, because if patients remain healthy, this will also be reflected in the form of additional bonus to their salary. In addition, doctors in the creative society will not have to work to exhaustion. Technology will help them to provide people with quality care, and at the same time, absolutely free of charge. Let's watch together an inspiring video about the medical care that will be available to everyone on the planet already in the transition period to the creative society.
La tecnologia li aiuterà a fornire cure di qualità e a costo zero. Guardiamo insieme un video sulla medicina che già durante il periodo di transizione alla società creativa sarà disponibile per tutti gli abitanti del pianeta.
Imagine that you are completely healthy. You have no pain, in perfect shape. You have your own personal doctor. Their main task is to keep your health at the highest level through preventative medicine. They daily check all your body indicators and provide you with the best recommendations for nutrition, micronutrients, physical activity, and rest. You forever forget what it's like to be overweight, get headaches and colds. Your chronic illness or genetic disease turned out to be easily curable. Your doctor has made a breakthrough discovery, and now you'll be rid of your ailment forever and be completely healthy. Your personal doctor is the best doctor in the world, the most educated and competent. They have the experience of all the doctors in the world and know all the most advanced technologies and contain knowledge of medicine from all the millennia. They make an accurate diagnosis in 2 minutes and never make mistakes. They are the most caring, attentive, and tactful. They are always in touch with you, 24/7. And every person in the world has such a doctor. Moreover, they work absolutely for free. Do you think that's science fiction? No, it can be a reality already today. Because your doctor will be artificial intelligence, which will be available to everyone already during the transition period to the creative society. It will incorporate the experience of all doctors, clinics, and medical research institutes worldwide. It will absorb the experience of treating 8 billion people. It will have access to all indications and contraindications. It will know the unique characteristics of your body and monitor your condition and test in online mode. Therefore, it will prescribe you the best treatment for your individual case based on its vast experience. Let's see how your personal doctor will be the latest technologies that will help you stay healthy at all times. These technologies already exist and will be available to you for free already in the transition period to the creative society. Visits to the doctor, appointments and queues, forget about them. You won't need to go to the clinic, sit in queues, or take tests because there are already sensors that can continuously monitor vital signs around the clock, online. Temperature, blood pH, pulse rate, blood pressure, blood saturation, ECG. This can be an elastic biosensor capable of monitoring various blood parameters, levels of oxygen, sugar, metabolites, and immune molecules in the blood, and detecting disease even before symptoms appear. Such a biosensor was developed by researchers from the Pritzker School of Molecular Engineering, PME, at the University of Chicago. And the smart mirror in your bathroom can identify symptoms of illness in just a minute. All you have to do is look in it. The built-in software detects stress levels and gas sensors, takes breath samples, and determines their components. 3D scanners analyze the shape of your face, and multispectral cameras can estimate heart rate, HR, or hemoglobin levels. A retina scanner, developed at the University of Leeds in England, can also be embedded in this mirror. In a matter of minutes, it can identify the precursors of heart attacks and strokes with high accuracy, years before they develop. A research team led by Professor Alicia Rudnicka from St. George's University of London has developed the Quartz algorithm, quantitative analysis of retinal vessels topology and size. We can even defeat cancer. Already now, the electronic nose technology detects cancer in its early stages, with more than 90% accuracy in just 20 minutes. The device sniffs out vapors from blood samples emanating by cancer cells. And by urinalysis, it is possible to diagnose brain and spinal cord cancer with 100% accuracy when there are no symptoms yet. Japanese scientists use urine tests to diagnose cancer even when there are no symptoms, regardless of the size of the tumor. Studies have shown 100% accuracy. The most malignant cancer, melanoma, can be detected in its early stages simply by taking a picture on your phone. Smart AI-based skin vision algorithms, after examining photos, will signal if something is wrong with your skin. Recent developments in gene engineering make it possible to restore vision to blind people and cope with previously incurable genetic disorders such as severe immunodeficiency, hemophilia, leukemia, and many others. The panacea for all diseases is no longer fiction. You can already forget about oncology, heart attacks, stroke, infectious diseases, arthritis, and much more thanks to universal nanorobots, because these doctors can be programmed to solve any problem. Imagine you get ill with something, and instead of running to doctors and trying to find the cause of your illness, you simply drink a glass of water containing doctors, nanorobots that you won't even feel. It will be as if you instantly visited a diagnostician, a therapist, and a surgeon. Since moving inside your body, nanorobots will not only diagnose you accurately and painlessly, pinpointing the site of inflammation, but they will also eliminate it and completely restore the functions of your body. Nanorobots will deliver medications in a targeted manner, remove blood clots, and suture wounds. They are able to eliminate any infections, inflammations, and cancer cells. This will eliminate the need for antibiotics, antiviral drugs, antifungal agents, chemotherapy, and most pharmaceutical drugs. Engineers from Ohio State University have developed the Magic DNA program, which can create such nanorobots, and in a matter of minutes. However, all these technologies can only be available to everyone in the creative society and during the transition period to it, because today, in the consumerist format, it is not profitable. After all, a healthy patient doesn't pay money. If you become healthy, medical and pharmaceutical corporations will lose their income. Therefore, most of these technologies never reach ordinary people. That's precisely why the introduction of AI for the benefit of people is only possible if the format of society changes to a creative one. In the creative society, there is no concept of expensive. There is a concept of value of life. Even during the transition period, the most advanced medical care will be free for everyone. If you truly value your life and health, don't be silent. Share the information about the Creative Society project with all your friends and acquaintances. The Creative Society is the key to health and longevity for all people. And this key is in our hands. Take action today to be healthy tomorrow.
Yes, such healthcare can really help us effectively in case of climate disasters, because with the help of technology, everything is solved quickly and efficiently. In fact, who would refuse to take advantage of these benefits and improve their health and the health of their relatives and friends already now? And why don't we have it now? Because we do not have the creative society yet. And what separates us from the creative society? From these technologies and good health. What separates us is that other people do not know about the creative society, its benefits, and that such a format exists. Therefore, I appeal to everyone who can hear me now. Let's tell our relatives, all friends and acquaintances about the creative society for the sake of our future and the future of our children. Also, friends, please like this broadcast right now, post a comment, and share the link with all people. It is by telling people about the creative society that we bring closer the day when all these benefits will become our reality.
Mamma mia! That's wonderful, guys. I wish for a world like that to come sooner, especially when we remember all the problems our healthcare system has.
And thinking about how many times we struggle to receive medical assistance. Thank you so much, Flaviano, for bringing up this crucial topic. I believe every Italian can recall a similar story related to health issues. In our consumer society, even if you pay money, there's no guarantee that you'll be well.
What can the consumerist format guarantee? We've just examined in detail all the problems and crises in our country. We're on the brink. This is our beloved Italy, a civilized, developed European country.
Yes, the very format we live in is detrimental to any country. Despite society appearing technically advanced, technology and science are not serving us to the fullest. Why? Because human life and the care of it are not priorities in our society.
This is the key point indeed. And here lies the fundamental difference between the consumerist format we live in and the creative society in which human life finally becomes the highest, most important value. This is the attitude towards our own lives and the lives of others that will allow us to save this world and make it much more beautiful. And this kind of warm relationship is so typical of us Italians. Caring comes naturally to us.
Dolce Vita is a beautiful world where people really want to live in. Ask anyone what kind of world they would like to live in, and everyone will describe the creative format of society.
If you could describe a new society, how would you describe it?
A society that plans, that develops new programs, a society that respects others, cares about the environment and creates workplaces for everyone, where there is freedom, freedom of thought and freedom of self-expression, freedom to be yourself in your diversity.
First of all, I would like to live in a society based on cooperation rather than competition. And then, I would like to see a civilization in which differences are not perceived as a threat or an opportunity to build walls, but as an opportunity to cognize yourself through knowing others. In every diversity, there is a part of ourselves that needs to be cognized. And that's why one shouldn't think that self-fulfillment can be separated from fulfillment of others. So I imagine a society that has this full understanding, and it knows that by giving, one receives 100-fold, that by helping those in need, a person overcomes one's own vulnerabilities in the first place, and no one can think that one is exempt from having them.
My dream world can be described in one word: love. Because if you put love into everything you do, love for everything you see, actually love, the word love, with what it encompasses, is a very important word. Because love means the absence of love is life. That's why I'd like to live in a world where there is only this important value. We just need to put love into action.
A society that is more supportive, more attentive to parenting, more inclusive in a positive sense, of course. I would like to live in a society that allows me to express myself freely and to have, let's say, personal growth. And that also allows me to engage in my spiritual growth, which is not easy to achieve here, especially in Italy.
With more respect for others, with more focus on reading, for example.
My dream society is a society in which every person can really develop oneself, to grow. When a person can nurture their talents, develop their hobbies, such a person really becomes a highly developed and it allows him to make the whole society more beautiful. And I think that's the first step, at least for me.
My dream society is a society where there's absolute equality, where there's also safety and culture in general. I hope it will become a reality rather than just remain a dream. A better society which promotes creativity, cooperation, teamwork. I mean, I help you, you help me.
I would say it in a nutshell: balance and honesty.
It is certainly a very colourful world. A world where there are no social barriers, no cultural barriers, where you can be open to others, meet and enter into constructive dialogues, so to say. Thus, the world would certainly be international, with 1,000 languages, 1,000 facets, great open-mindedness, and great sensitivity towards others.
I hope and I wish that one day I will be able to live in a conscious society. And above all, if there are personal and collective problems, so to say, to have great courage to face them and to go on living. To overcome them precisely because I have someone by my side that I can count on. And so this is the kind of society I would like to live in. A more genuine society. And above all, a society that would not sell itself for money.
I would be truly satisfied if there was a society where we were all interested in each other, and we were all interested in each other's culture as much as in our own, not only promoting our own, but also taking an interest in other cultures.
I would like to build a society with true values. It's every person's dream. I would say, in my society, culture, school, and university education, as well as meritocracy, would obviously take a very important place. Actually, everything that has to do with culture and meritocracy. Because in Italy, particularly in the South, meritocracy is often somewhat neglected.
More sincere. First of all, more sincere. And I repeat, it must be full of love, because love, I mean love for art, love for everything, because it is love that moves the world. So there is a lot in the word love that causes, first of all, respect for people, because if we love, many things become unimportant.
My dear Italians, thank you so much for your beautiful words. It warms my heart to hear each one of you, because when I see how many good people there are, I know that not everything is lost in our world, and now we have a chance to set things right.
What we've heard is what Lee desires. A world of this kind is indeed our common dream, and as Irina pointed out, it would be wonderful if it didn't remain just a dream, but became a reality. We wholeheartedly agree with this idea, and whether this world becomes a reality or not depends solely on us. A little later, we will discuss in more detail what each person can do to make it happen.
This world of our dreams is the creative society. It's just that not everyone is aware that this beautiful format of life goes by this name. A life with true values that are close to everyone's heart. Love and respect for each other. Genuine equality, abundance and freedom. This is what the foundation of the creative society is.
We have already heard so much about what the creative society can give us, how beneficial it is for every person. So let's finally see how beautiful our world can be if we wanted to.
Worldwide survey of the Creative Society Project. What kind of society does every person dream of living in? Tens of millions of people surveyed in 180 countries, hundreds of thousands of hours of video footage, terabytes of data, more than 15 million hours of personal time of Creative Society project participants from around the world, all to show how people from around the world want to live. Only in the Creative Society, all people's desires for a comfortable, safe, and happy life will be guaranteed 100%. All of this is laid out in the 8 pillars of the Creative Society, which is the foundation of your happy future. Watch this video and you will understand why the Creative Society is exactly what you want. First pillar, human life. The highest value in the Creative Society will be human life, that is, your life, as well as the life of any other person. All of humanity will become a unified civilization, guarantees the absence of wars, various conflicts, and crises. You will finally gain confidence that you are truly protected. Second pillar, human freedom. In the Creative Society, you will be free and protected. No one will be able to violate your rights and freedoms. You are a citizen of the world, and you will be able to travel freely. And if you want, you will be able to easily change your place of residence. The Creative Society is true freedom and equality. In the Creative Society, there will be no need to fight for the rights of minorities because there will be no one superior or inferior. Everyone will have one highest status, the status of a human being. There can be no one and nothing on earth superior to a human, their freedom and rights. Third pillar, human safety. The Creative Society guarantees your safety. The economy of the Creative Society ensures the absence of crises and inflation for every person. You will be protected and have all the comforts of living. During the transition period to the Creative Society, you will be provided with free housing of a minimum of 60 square meters per person in private ownership, and you will not have to pay for utilities. Every home will be equipped with an FFG, fuel-free generator, that will provide you and your family with free and unlimited energy. Moreover, in that same transition period, every month, you will receive a universal basic income equivalent to $10,000 as of today, without having to pay any taxes. You will only need to decide how to spend your money. You might as well start thinking about this now. Do you think you will pay off all your debts first? But they will be written off. Do you think you will spend this money on healthcare or education? You will have the best education, healthcare, free of charge, available to you 24/7. In the Creative Society, your safety will be the top priority, and all technologies will be directed towards improving your quality of life. Each household will be equipped with a matter replicator, providing you with your favorite clothing, food, and other necessary items. Thanks to the health capsule, you will forget about illnesses forever, and you will always be healthy. Isn't this what you've been dreaming of your whole life? But that's not all yet. Fourth pillar, transparency and openness of information for all. In the Creative Society, the media will belong exclusively to the society. The media will serve the interests of the people and reflect information truthfully, openly, and honestly. Additionally, you will be able to receive accurate information about the movement and distribution of public funds at any time. Money owed by the public is, first and foremost, your money, and you should know how it is spent and for what purposes. Fifth pillar, the creative ideology. You will no longer have your mind manipulated, nor be frightened with imaginary enemies. We will not be pushed to confront each other and be divided into us versus them anymore, because in the Creative Society, any propaganda of violence, inhumanity, and segregation will be prohibited. The Creative Society will establish all the conditions for the development and education of a human with a capital H. Our children will be raised on the principles of humaneness, kindness, friendship, and respect. These particular qualities will form the basis of relationships between people in the Creative Society. Sixth pillar, development of personality. In the Creative Society, you will be able to study wherever you want and train to become whatever you want, and it will all be absolutely free of charge. Education in the creative society will unlock your individual potential by 100%. You will be provided with a program specifically tailored to maximize your intellectual abilities. Any educational process will be interesting and engaging. You will have access to cutting-edge technologies in education and development. You can study anywhere in the world at any time that suits you. In the creative society, the world of knowledge is open for you. Seventh pillar, justice and equality. If you decide to work, you will be able to choose a profession that brings you joy. There will be a 4-day work week with a 4-hour workday. Moreover, you will have 2 fully paid vacations per year. Every job will have a decent compensation. The pay for identical positions, specialties, and professions will be the same worldwide. Furthermore, justice and equality will ensure that there will be no more private national use of resources. All natural resources will belong to all people, including you. Eighth pillar, self-governing society. In the creative society, for the first time in human history, a unified, all-human civilization will be created. All power will belong to all people, to you. People know what they want and how they want to live. All socially important issues will be decided by people themselves on an open online platform. Specialists will be responsible for implementation of the tasks assigned to them. They will be appointed and controlled by people themselves. Since all processes will be transparent, corruption and dictatorship will be impossible in the creative society. In the creative society, you will decide for yourself how to live. For the first time in human history, your future will be in your hands. The 8 pillars of the creative society are formed from our desire to live as human beings. Everyone wants to live in a world without wars, without violence, without tyranny, without poverty, without inflation or any crisis, without absurd and total consumption. If you want peace, security, confidence, free and high-quality healthcare and education, freedom of movement around the world, a universal basic income, access to free energy, then the creative society will fulfill all your dreams. All of this can easily be achieved in the coming years. How to do this? Just tell this to as many people as possible, to everyone. Your dream world is separated from you by your neighbors and everyone around you who don't know about the creative society yet. Do you want the creative society to come as soon as possible? Act. Tell everyone about the creative society. For the first time in human history, your future is in your hands.
After watching this video, I felt for a moment how delightful life in the creative society is. It is impossible to forget this feeling, let alone give up on such a world.
Sergio, I totally agree, especially when we know that such a future is only a couple of steps away from us. It is in our hands to build such a society, and it is our choices that play a key role in our destiny.
The only thing that separates us today from the creative society is that not all people on Earth know that their most cherished dream is actually a reality that we can all create together. We Italians are accustomed to doing everything together. Our collective efforts have turned Italy into a place of beauty and prosperity. Our unity in building the creative society can serve as a decisive example for the whole world. As the saying goes, our strength is in unity.
What can each of us do to start living in such a society as soon as possible? In the video itself and throughout this conference, we've talked about the importance of sharing information about the creative society with others. Why do we emphasize this? Because talking about the creative society is the first of 2 steps in building it. Let's learn more about the 2 stages of building the creative society and how each person can participate in it.
I want to emphasize that the Creative Society is a completely volunteer project operating within the legal framework, and it represents exclusively the interests of people themselves, rather than individual countries, parties, or organizations. It is implemented solely by the project participants based on their initiative, choice, and desire, using their personal resources. It doesn't have bank accounts, finances, or assets, doesn't accumulate funds, and doesn't generate profits. It is truly a unique project for all of humanity.
It is important to note that the Creative Society project is in no way aimed at overthrowing, opposing, or interfering with the activities of existing authorities. It does not infringe upon sovereignty, territorial integrity, or constitutional structure, nor does it involve any other illegal actions. It operates in strict accordance with the current legislation and comply with the norms of international law, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly.
Activities within the Creative Society project are aimed at changing the format of relations between all people and are not related to any particular country or countries. The activities are international and are conducted to fully implement the rights and freedoms of every person across the world. This is because the Creative Society can only be built worldwide, while individual countries can only declare their intention to transition to the creative format of society. In individual countries that are moving toward the Creative Society, social conditions for people can improve, but only within the framework that doesn't disrupt the country's economy. Otherwise, a country attempting to transition to the Creative Society on its own will still be dependent on those countries that do not support the Creative Society. This is because today, all countries are closely interconnected and interdependent in terms of geopolitics, economy, finance, energy, legislation, logistics, and so on. An individual country will not even be able to fully ensure the value of human life, because there will always be a military threat from other countries. Therefore, it is impossible to build the Creative Society in a single country.
There is a concrete two-stage plan for building the Creative Society. Both stages of building the Creative Society are carried out in accordance with international norms and national legislation. The first stage is the stage of informing. People, while exercising their rights and freedoms, inform about the Creative Society. In this way, a legitimate and peaceful public demand is created for building the Creative Society all over the world. The sooner the majority of people form this demand, the sooner it will be possible to move on to the next stage of building a Creative Society. The second stage is preparing and conducting the world referendum. Once the majority of people in all countries of the world support the Creative Society, a world referendum will be prepared and held to adopt the creative model of development as the only acceptable and necessary for the survival of humankind. In preparation for the world referendum, the necessary legal and technical framework for its organization will be developed and adopted. The following question will be submitted for voting at the world referendum. Do people support the transition of all humankind from the consumerist format of society to the creative one, and unification of all humankind into a single civilization, the Creative Society? A positive decision will imply adoption of the 8 pillars of the Creative Society as fundamental provisions of the World Constitution, approval of a single worldwide electoral platform as the highest governing body on Earth, appointment of the date of the beginning of the transition period to the Creative Society. Once a positive decision is adopted at the world referendum, People will begin to implement their power directly, whereas politicians will become the implementers of the people's will. This means that the adoption of laws, the nomination, control, and recall of all implementers, as well as other socially important decisions, will be made exclusively by the people themselves, by voting on the single worldwide electoral platform. This platform is a legislative basis, meaning the only source of mandatory statutes by which humankind will live. The implementation of decisions made by people will be carried out by highly qualified specialists responsible, who will be appointed and supervised online by the people themselves. If at the world referendum the majority of people decide to change the format of society from the consumer-oriented to a creative one, then approximately 6 months later, to the creative society will begin, which, according to preliminary calculations, may take 5 to 6 years. During this time, a new economic model as well as new technologies will be implemented, and many processes in society will be reorganized. Ultimately, this will allow for the full implementation of the creative format of society, which will open opportunities for every individual. It's worth noting that many benefits and privileges will be available to people already from the first day of the transition period, providing everyone with a safe, prosperous and stable life in freedom. In the creative society, a high standard of living will be ensured for every person on the planet through a completely new model of economy that has no analogues in human history. This model has been developed and proposed by experts from around the world, and it will transform our lives from the very first day of its implementation. You can familiarize yourselves with this model by watching a detailed video presentation publicly introduced at the International Forum Global Crisis: There is a Way Out. Further on in our conference, we will also present it to your attention.
Friends, join millions of the world who already act and inform your community, acquaintances and strangers in a legitimate way about the Creative Society format. These actions are necessary to create a worldwide public demand for building the Creative Society. The faster the majority of people on the planet become aware that decent living conditions are possible for everyone, the sooner the world referendum will take place.
When there is a concrete plan, the road to the goal looks very real. As the saying goes, a good start is half the battle. So we have an understanding of what needs to be done. Now, the logical question arises, how do we do it?
So how do we inform all the people about the Creative Society? We asked people themselves, the Italians, and they themselves told us how they want to be informed about the Creative Society. Let's listen.
Hello. As part of the Forum Global Crisis Italy, the future depends on us. The volunteers of the Creative Society project asked Italians what is the most effective way to inform all people about the Creative Society project.
Social media. Nowadays, both young and not young people, everybody is on social media, be it Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, or new social networks. Now, they are the most effective sources to get any information.
The way to inform people is through the internet and social media. You can create a chance to make something credible, maybe by demonstrating something or by introducing a public person.
Everyone should believe in the same thing and stop being arrogant, I think.
Of course, the best way is through the internet.
I think that a good way to inform or engage people is often to set an example. And a positive example then sets a mechanism in motion. And I really believe in that. And I think that one of our problems is that we don't have enough examples. There are very few of them, and there must be a lot more. The internet has a tremendous power, but at the same time, it is somewhat problematic because too much information enters it simultaneously. That's why it becomes difficult to study everything at once. But this is certainly a way by which a person, if they have a desire to get information, can do so by comparing sources. So I guess a good way to inform or to self-inform is not to trust every word of those who tell us something, but to compare the news without having too many preconceived notions or biases based. So if the intention is indeed to reach the hearts of as many people as possible, always advise them to get information on their own without prejudice.
Definitely. New technology is the best way. You can use traditional media, but new technology will be the game changer.
And if you saw a big billboard of this ad on the street where you live or on your way to work,
It may attract my attention.
could it attract your attention?
Yes, it could. Visuals. People can't read. They need to see pictures.
A word. I mean to speak to everyone, because the news spreads by word of mouth when it's good and important news.
To create a communication network for everyone and in all languages that can be in Europe, in the United States, and in the rest of the world. It can be very constructive because, let's say, bringing together all these forces, all these minds, all this knowledge can bring substantial benefits for everyone. The project you're doing is excellent because it's based on interaction. Also, if we are talking about the web network, where we can communicate, it is a very innovative and very fast thing, in my opinion. Super. Well, we can conclude that social media is the main source of information for people, and they are willing to accept it from there. Therefore, as we heard in the video, spreading the word and discussing it with everyone is essential.
In that case, the plan becomes even clearer. The main thing is to take action and not to stop. After all, the creative society is changing the future.
No, please don't close it. Just don't close it. Fine. Just follow the link and read it. Why? I'm you from the future, and trust me, I know what I'm saying. This is just regular, silly advertising. Do you want a basic income of $10,000, free housing, healthcare, and high-level education? Then follow the link, read, and share it with everyone. What should I do? Share it with everyone. Send the link to everyone. Place the project's logo on your card. Call your relatives. Tell your friends. Oh, and call your mother-in-law. Then everyone will definitely learn about it. Right on the walls. Anyway, do whatever you can to just let the whole world know about it. It looks like...
zikuoneka kuti tikuchita bwino.
Hello? Yeah. You know what?
Hello, yeah, mudziwa chani?
Wow. Universal basic income.
Ndalama zayambira pa dziko lonse lapansi. Tikuchita bwino, tili ndi tsogolo.
We're doing well. We have a future.
Nyumba za ulere.
Free housing. 60 square meters per person. Great. If you keep informing,
Nyumba za ulere 60 square meter pa munthu. Zabwino ngati mupitirira kudziwitsa tsogolo lathu. Lidzakhala labwino kwambiri. Chifukwa chodzimvera ndipo koposa zonse. Musiye ndi choncho ndi munthu chofunikira kwambiri.
Wow. The creative society does change the future.
A great example of what everyone can do. I can tell you from my experience. Just start spreading the message about the greater
chisanzo
society.
chabwino kwa zomwe aliyense angachite ndikuwuzani zomwe
Talk to
ndikumana
people, tell them
nazo.
what creative society is and how it will benefit them. Some of you might say, okay, I'm already sharing
Lamva ndi
information
anthu
about the
auze
creative
ndikere
society
society
with
chani
everyone in my circle.
komanso
But
momwe
what else can I
angapindulire
do to
nawo
start
ena
living in
inu
the creative society?
munganene kuti
Well, there is an
chabwino
answer for such heroes.
ndikugawana kale
One of the
zambiri
effective ways to
zokhuza
spread the
zinthu
information
zazade
as soon as
aliyense
possible
akubalo
is to set up coordination centers in your regions, provinces, cities, districts,
mwansanga
etc.
inuyo
The extent of
kukhazikitsa
territory you
malo
can cover depends only on
mogwiritsa
your willingness
ntchito
and proactive
mzigawo zanu
Remember
zigawo
that
zipinda ndi
everything must be
zigawo ndi
done
zina
within the
zotero
legal framework.
kukhala kwa gawo
It's
limene
not difficult to create a
mungafire
coordination
kulandira
center
kokha
if there are already two people in your area or
no
city
ndi
who understand
khama
the
lanu
importance of the
kumbukirani
creative
kuti
society.
zonse ziyenera kuchitika
Don't wait.
malamulo.
Open a coordination center and start informing others about the creative society. In a week, there will be 5 of you. In a month, there will be 25. And in 2 months, everyone in your neighborhood will know about the creative society. Let's take action and make the creative society a reality. Let's watch the following video together.
You have learned about the creative society and realized
maphunziro
that thanks to
creative
its
society ndipo
implementation,
mazindikira kuti ndiyani
firstly,
kukhazikitsa wake
we as humanity
choyamba
will be able to avoid
ife
global climate
monga
catastrophe.
umunthu tizatha kupewa
And
ngozi
secondly,
ya pa dziko lonse
we can start living a life that we have never
ndipo
dreamed of.
kachiwiri tikhoza kuyamba moyo umene sitingawupezerepo
This is free housing of a fairly decent
nyumba
size,
yaulere yokhala
a universal basic
kula
income of
koyenera
$10,000 a
ndalama
month,
zoyambira pa dziko
free
lonse
healthcare,
tani
and new
madola
technologies
10,000
that will be available to
pamwezi
everyone
chitsanzo chaulere chithandizo chaulere
in
chamankhwala
perfect health
mateknoloji
and able to extend
atsopano
your life in a young
omwe
and beautiful
azipezeka
body.
kwa aliyense
You'll be
muzakhala
guaranteed
ndi
safety
thanzi labwino
and a peaceful life,
kuonjezera moyo wanu mu
free
thupi
education anywhere
laling'ono
in the world.
lokongola
So you will have an
maphunziro
opportunity
aulere
to reach your full
pa dziko
potential,
lapansi lonse
and
kuti
many more
mugwiritse
other
ntchito
prospects
maonekedwe
and
a munthu
human
odzipereka ochokera maiko 180 lero amabwera pamodzi ndi kuchita nawo ntchito ya dzina lomwelo creative
to
society
implement the creative format of society.
sangathe
Volunteers
kukhazikitsira
from more than
dziko
180
limodzi
countries today
akhoza
come
kukhazikitsa
together
nthawi
and act in a
imodzi
project of the
malamulo
same name,
mwamtendere
the
pa
Creative
dziko lonse
Society. Creative society cannot be implemented in a single country.
zikutanthauza kuti chayambi cha
It can be
onse pa dziko
implemented
lapansi ayenera
simultaneously
kukhala kuphunzira creative society
and
zikutanthauza
peacefully
kuti
all over the world. This means that first of all people in the world must learn about the Creative Society and support it. And thus, create a public debate for its implementation. Therefore, the first and most
ngati mufuna
important step
kudziwa
in building
zambiri
the Creative Society is to convey the information to everyone about the possibility to implement this format and what immense benefits it provides for every individual. Maximum activity and creativity from everyone are needed here. Where to start? You can tell about the Creative Society to all your acquaintances, loved ones, and everyone around you. And they, in turn, can inform everyone they know. The Creative Society should be known and discussed everywhere. If you want to learn more about the Creative Society, your primary resource is creativesociety.com. Particularly, such sections
ngati
as
mufuna kudziwa zambiri zokhuza creative
Creative
society
Society,
chida
while
chake
in the section importance
creativesociety.com
of everyone's actions and learn more. You can learn about the effective ways of informing others and start applying them in practice. If you have informed even one
ngati
person about the
mukudziwitsa
Creative
ngakhale
Society,
munthu mmodzi
you have already
za
become a
creative society
participant.
mwatsenga nawo mbali
With a simple
ndi
action,
chochita
you have already
chophweka
joined the first
mwalo
and
wakale
most
gawo
crucial
loyamba
stage of building the
komanso
Creative
lofunika
Society,
kwambiri
the informing
pa
stage.
manga creative society
And you have
siteji
taken a
yoyachilika
step
kwambiri
towards your bright
mwatenga
future.
stepe tsogolano
Yes, it's that
lowala
simple. In the
inde
Creative Society project,
ndizosavuta
there are no
mpulojekiti
political
ya
logos,
creative society
no list of
mulibe
volunteers,
zizindikiro za
no
ndale
membership fees,
palibe za mndandanda wa anthu
exploitation of each
ozipereka
other for personal gain.
palibe malipiro
The Creative Society
kumembala
is not a
ndipo
commercial
palibe
project.
kudyerana masuku a munthu
Nobody makes money on it, and
creative
no one
society
benefits at
ise
someone
ntchito
else's
ya
expense.
malonda palibe amene amapanga ndalama pa izo, ndipo palibe amene amapindula ndi ndalama za wina. Pano anthu amachokera pa dziko lonse lapansi.
For the entire society. Can you improve it for yourself?
Pokhala pakukonza moyo wathu.
This is the main principle of the creative format of society, which
Ili ndiye
guarantees
fundo yaikulu ya
the project's implementation relies
anthu omwe
solely
amasimikiza kupereka zabwino kwa aliyense.
an initiative of the people. Even one person can build a creative society. And by uniting, more can be
Kukhazikitsa kwa
accomplished in
project
less time.
kumadalira pa zabwino komanso zoyenera za anthu
Abilities to inform
ngakhale
others multiply.
amodzi ngakhale mange
You
creative
want to inform
society.
others about the creative society quickly and effectively so that it can be implemented
Kodi
sooner.
mukufuna kudziwa zambiri za creative society mwachangu komanso moyenera kuti zitheke mwachangu? Lowa nawo ena ozungulira aya oyandikana nawo abwenzi abale ndi anzanu ndi kukhazikitsa malo ogwirizana kuti mudziwe za creative society. Coordination center yanu izakhala gulu lathu.
And act on a voluntary basis, taking into account local legislation. If there's no coordination center in your vicinity, that needs to be fixed. Waste no time. Inform your neighbors, find like-minded people, and create your volunteer coordination centers.
Coordination center full time.
To create a
Iyenera
coordination center,
kukonzedwa osataya nthawi. Dziwitsani aliyense. Pezani anthu amalingaliro ofana
you should inform
ndi
the main
kupanga
coordination
malo
center about your
ozithandizira
decision through the official email on Creative
mukufunika
Society.
chiyani kuti mupange coordination center. Kusagula imodzi ikosavuta ndipo aliyense akhoza kuchita. Choyamba muyenera kudziwitsa a coordination center yaikulu za chisankho
Are this
chanu
coordination center?
kudzera pa email yokumezeka ya creativesociety.com. Kenako kwa kuyendetsa mwapamodzi chitani chilichonse chotheka malamulo kuti
Communication through a chat
mudziwitse
on
anthu
any convenient social network.
ambiri za creative society.
While meetings and coordinations can take place online via audio and
Anthu
video
ndinu
calls,
coordination center mutha
the main
kusonkhana
thing
pamodzi
is the coordination of your
kapena
actions,
pakufunika
which means a joint agreement on how you will organize the information sharing process. If you create a coordination center, it means that you create a platform
kudzera pa
where you can
audio
communicate
ndi
coordinate your
makanema
actions to
chinthu
inform
chachikulu
people about the creative society in your region
zochita
or city.
zanu zomwe
Have goals,
zikutanthauza
plan meetings, discuss results,
mogwirizana.
tasks among yourselves, brainstorm, and look for new approaches. If you have an idea, you can bring it to a general call or
mungalankhule kugwirizanisa zochita
discuss
zanu
together
kuti
how to
mudziwe
implement it.
anthu za creative society
For example,
ndalano
together,
kapena mzinda
you can
wanu
print car stickers,
kukhala ndi
put the logo on
mafoni
clothing and products,
kukonzekera
arrange
misonkhano
advertising in public
kukambirana
places, and much
zotsatira
more.
kugawa ntchito
You can
pakati
download
panu
the designs for free
kukambirana
from the
ndi
Creative
kuyang'ana
Society.com.
njira zatsopano.
By coordinating your efforts,
Ngati muli
you
ndi
can inform
linga
about creative society
akupita
and engage not
nalo
only your close people, but
kuyitanitsa
also
kapena
entire
kusonkhana
communities,
kuyamba
groups,
ndi kukambirana
organizations,
momwe
districts,
mungalingagwiritsire
cities,
ntchito.
entire
Mwachitsanzo
resources, and local
pamodzi
media.
mutha
Don't limit
kumada
yourself.
za magalimoto
If you want
kuyika
You
chizindikiro
can
pachovala
even
ndi
enable
zinthu
one.
kukonza
You can
zotsala
organize coordination centers
malo
based not only on where you
opezeka
live,
anthu
but
ambiri
also on
ndi
your
izi
sphere of
zambiri
interest,
mutha kutsika
including various lifestyle
zojambula
communities,
kwa ulere
sports clubs,
kaya.
business communities, etc. You can interact with other coordination centers from different cities,
mwakugwirizanitsa zoyenera zoyeseresa zanu mutha kudziwitsa za creative society anthu
all organizations, all people,
ndi kuchita nawo osati
live in the creative
anthu
society,
anu
and all those
apamtima
who
okha
understand the fatality
komanso
of the
madera
current
onse madera onse
welcome here. The creative society
magulu
is
mabungwe
beneficial to each
zigawo
and everyone.
zipinda internet
How do we
ndi
know that the first
zofalitsa
informing stage of building the
komweko
creative society is
osaziletsa
complete? And we can begin the second stage, preparing and conducting the world referendum. Imagine you're walking around your city,
mutha
and you see
kupanga
the
ma
logo of creative
coordination
society
center
everywhere.
kutengera komwe
And
mukhala
all the people around you are talking about the creative society. All the social networks are filled with information about creative society. It becomes mainstream worldwide.
creative society ndi mgwirizano wa anthu onse
This means that
mabungwe
there is
onse
a public demand for building the creative society on the whole planet. Thus,
omwe akufuna kukhala mkulu society ndi onse omwe amamvetsetsa
and conducting the world referendum
zakufa kwa mtundu wa
to
makono
adopt by
wa
all humankind.
ogula
The
ndi
creative model of
olandiridwa
development
pa
is the only
creative society
acceptable
ndi
and necessary for the
yopindulitsa kwa
survival of
aliyense.
humankind. In preparation for the world referendum,
tikudziwa
the
bwanji
necessary
kuti gawo
legal
loyamba
and technical
lazimitsidwa
framework
za
for its
kumanga
organization will be
creative
developed
society
and
datha
adopted.
ndipo litha kuyamba gawo lachiwiri
Once a positive
kukonzekera
decision
ndi
is adopted at
kukhazikitsa
the global
referendum
referendum,
pa dziko lonse
the
lapansi.
electoral platform for self-governance of society will become fully operational. Every person will be able to control and vote for
kuti
or against
mukuyenda
the adoption of
kuzungulira
different
mzinda
laws.
wake ndipo mukuona
This resource
chizindikiro
will be
cha creative
publicly
society
available,
kulikonse
transparent,
ndipo anthu
and
onse
protected by
azungulira
the most advanced
akukamba za
technology.
creative society malo onse
Through the
ochezera
electoral
apa
platform,
internet ali
power
ndi
is
zambiri
effectively
za
returned to
creative
the
society
people.
zimakhala zofala
It returns to
pa
each
lapansi.
you.
Izi zikutanthauza kuti pali kufunika
Is
kwa
a
anthu
legislative
kuti
basis,
apange creative
meaning
society pa
the
dziko
only
lonse
social
lapansi.
mandatory statutes by which humankind will live.
chifukwa chake tikusunthira
Implementing the creative
ku gawo
society is an
losatira
entirely new approach
kukonzekera ndi kuchita
without any
referendum
revolutions,
pa dziko lonse
and
lapansi
everything happens within the
kutengera ndi
legislative
anthu
framework of
onse
each country.
njira yolenga
Thanks to this,
pa dziko
we can peacefully transition from the consumerist
njira
to the
yokhayo
creative format by an
yovomerezeka
evolutionary
ndi
path.
anthu.
And we will be able not only save our lives and the lives of all humanity,
anthu
but also
aliyense
open up
munthu
opportunities and
aliyense
perspectives that
akulamulira
we
kuti
have never
ovotera
even
kapena
dreamed of.
kutsutsa kukhazikitsidwa kwa
The
malamulo
creative society
osiyanasiyana.
is a unique format that can solve all modern problems and crises. Never before in the history of humanity has anything like this taken place. Its
kukhazikitsa creative
implementation depends on
society
each of
ndi
us.
njira yatsopano
So act now.
yopanda
Do
kusintha
not wait
kulikonse
for someone
ndipo
else to make your
chilichonse
life better.
chimachitika
Act now
pa malamulo
in
a
order to
dziko
live
lililonse
the way
chifukwa
you
cha
have
ichi
always desired.
chitha kusintha
Act
mwamtendere
now
kuchoka
if you
kwa
want to live in a free,
ogula kupita kwa
safe, and
maonekedwe
prosperous creative
opanga ndi
society.
njira ya chitsiko ndipo ndizongopulumutsa miyoyo yathu.
It is incredible that we have this opportunity now to create coordination centers, to interact with each other and to interact with other coordination centers at both local and international levels. We can exchange experiences and ideas. Our organized action will lead to much greater and much faster results than if we acted alone.
Our cohesion and results are more important than ever because
mgwirizano ndi zotsatira zake zomwe
more and more
ndizofunikira kwambiri
cataclysms are happening.
kuposa
And with
kale
each global
anthu
event,
nthawi
we see
amatsutsana
how much we are unprepared for what is coming.
kuchitika ndipo
The
cholinga
climate
cha
server
kuchitika
doesn't give us time for
chilichonse cha
contemplation. We
cha
have
nyengo
only time to act
timaona momwe
with
sitili
unity and
opozeka zomwe
courage.
zikubwera nyengo
We cannot
sibilasi
delay because the climate
sizitipatsa nthawi
aggravates the
yosankhira
situation every day. We must actively inform
sitingachedwe
people about the Creative Society.
chifukwa
Tell them what the
nyengo
Creative Society will give each of us.
lililonse
But the most
tiyenera
important thing that the Creative Society
kudziwitsa
guarantees us is
mwachangu
saving
za
our
creative
lives.
society
The
kuwauza
most
zomwe creative
significant
society
benefit of the
idzapatsa
Creative Society
aliyense
for
wa ife
every person
koma
is that
chinthu
we will
chofunika
all
kwambiri
stay alive.
pamene bungwe la creative society
Exactly. It was an earlier at the
limatsimikizira ndi
conference to
kupulumutsa
make it
moyo
possible
wanu
for scientists to
phindu
deal with
lofunika
climate
kwambiri la
change
creative
and prevent
society
a
ndi
catastrophe.
aliyense
Certain conditions are needed. And these conditions can only be provided by the Creative Society. Its building requires two stages, and we are now in the first one, the stage of informing. So by telling everyone about the Creative Society, you are helping to build it faster.
mukuthandizira
Thus,
kumanga
start with the
mofulumira
chain of events
motero
that will allow
kuyambitsa
us all
zochita
to be
zomwe
safe from climate
zidzalola
disasters.
tonsefe kupulumutsidwa
Remember
ku
this.
matsoka a nyengo
Today we talked
kumpiranisi
about the
lero
crisis that
takambirana
negatively
za
affect our lives.
zovuta zomwe zimakhudza moyo wathu
Yes, we
inde
do have
tili ndi
many
mavuto
problems.
ambiri
High utility bills,
kukwera kwa
high
mitengo
poverty
kwa
rate,
zinthu zofunikira
crisis
kuchuluka
in
kwa
healthcare
umphawi
and other
mavuto
problems.
azaumoyo ndi mavuto
Yes,
ena
we
inde
complain about many
timadandaula
things,
ndi
including the
izi
need to save
zambiri
food and eat bread and
kuphatikizapo
water.
kufunika kosunga chakudya ndi
Despite all
kudya
this,
mkate ndi
we are
madzi
happy.
koma ngakhale
Yes,
zonsezi
you
zili
got it
choncho
right.
ndife okondwa
Believe me,
inde mwamva
our life
bwino
is not so
ndi
bad
kukhulupireni
because
moyo wathu siwoyipa chifukwa ndife amoyo.
Hasn't come to us yet.
Chifukwa mavuto a nyengo sanabwere kwa ife, sitikuzindikira kuti tili ndi mwayi wanji. Ku Turkey, ku Syria, komwe anthu adalindiridwa pansi ndi komwe anthu ali ndi tsoka. Ku Hawaii, komwe zinthu zonse zidatengedwa ndi komwe anthu ali ndi tsoka. Amenewo ndi malo amene anthu ali ndi
unfortunate, where water streams
kumene madzi adawononga chilichonse m'njira yake, ndi pamene anthu ali ndi tsoka, kumene zigumula zimakwirira nyumba za anthu, kumene anthu ali tsoka. Mulungu asalole kuti tidutse mu zomwe anthu amenewo adadusamo. Chifukwa chakuti zikubwera kwa ife, ndiye kuti timvetsetse kuti vuto lenileni ndi chani, tsoka ndi chiyani. Ndi pamene tizazindikiradi kuti chinthu cha mtengo wapatali chomwe tili nacho ndi moyo wathu, koma zakhala mochedwa. Chifukwa chake bora tidakali ndi mwayi, ngakhale tiyenera kuchita chilichonse. Wow.